Good afternoon. This is the April 11, 2023 regular meeting of the City Council. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Hartman is not present. Councilmember Friedman?
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez? Not present. Councilmember Sneddon?
Here, and I believe Councilmember Harmon is online.
And Councilmember Jordan is not present. Mayor Rouse?
Yes, here. We will then, I'm going to entertain a motion to allow Councilmember Harmon to participate remotely.
So move.
Moved by
Second.
Freeman.
Second.
By Oscar Gutierrez. All those in favor signify by, can we,
Mr. Mayor, we need to do roll call vote.
Oh,
with,
because of, right,
remote
remote thing.
participant. Yes,
Yes.
thank you.
So, Madam Clerk, if you would, please.
Let me.
Do we have to do by
Madam
roll
Clerk,
call?
you have to call the
We
roll.
have to do a verbal roll call,
Yes.
please.
Councilmember Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez?
Yes, here.
Councilmember Sneddon?
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan is not present. Mayor Rouse?
Aye. All right, very good. So, Ms. Harmon, are you there?
I am. Thank you so much.
That's nice to know. Thank you. Okay, very good. We have some ceremonial items.
Item 1, National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, April 9th through 15th, 2023. And item 2, Animal Care and Control Appreciation Week, April 9th through the 15th, 2023.
And I'm going to do these, Madam Administrator, am I going to do this two concurrently? Is that correct?
Yeah, sequentially. They'll all come up together if you could just read each of their proclamations.
Okey doke.
Thank you.
We're going to begin with the National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, April 9th through 15th, 2023. Whereas emergencies that require police, fire, or emergency medical services can occur at any time, whereas an emergency occurs, the prompt response of first responders is critical to the protection of life and the preservation of property, and whereas the safety of our police officers and firefighters is dependent upon the quality and accuracy of information obtained from citizens who telephone the City of Santa Barbara's Combined Communications Center, and whereas public safety telecommunicators are the first and most critical contact our citizens have with emergency services, and whereas public safety telecommunicators are the single vital link for our police officers and firefighters by monitoring their activities by radio, providing them information, and ensuring their safety. And whereas public safety telecommunicators of the City of Santa Barbara's Combined Communications Center have contributed substantially to the apprehension of criminals, suppression of fires, and treatment of patients. And whereas each dispatcher has exhibited compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of his or her job in the past year. Now, therefore, I, Randy Rouse, as Mayor of the City of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim April 9th through 15th, 2023 to be National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in Santa Barbara in honor of the men and women whose diligence and professionalism keep our city and citizens safe. Very good, thank you. I'd like to, Chief, do you have somebody designated who'd like to receive this, or we can? I would do the one, okay, we get the whole thing going? I got 2 for 1. I like it. I like it. You should run these meetings. This is good. And we have Animal Care and Control Appreciation Week. Whereas the National Animal Control Association has designated the second week of April as Animal Care and Control Appreciation Week, and whereas animal control staff is to be recognized, thanked, and commended for their dedicated service to the city of Santa Barbara. And whereas every day, animal control officers put themselves in potentially dangerous situations to protect the health and welfare of all kinds of animals and the public, and whereas the city of Santa Barbara animal control officers focus on improving safety and quality of life in the community with an emphasis on creating an environment in which animals are welcome and included as integral parts of the community. Now, therefore, I, Randy Rouse, as mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim April 9th through 15th, 2023 to be Animal Care and Control Appreciation Week in Santa Barbara, and encourage all citizens to join us in expressing their sincere appreciation for the service and dedication of our animal control employees. Amber.
I'm going to keep it very short, but I did threaten that they would all have to give up and give speeches, so they're happy that that's not the case. I just want to take the time to recognize, they're very, very valuable members. Our dispatchers are the calm voice that you hear behind the phone and the radio. They're what keep us safe and the community safe, and we couldn't do our jobs without them, both police and fire, as you can see here in the room, here to support that. And same thing with our animal control officers. They do a job that not all of us can do, but they have a great deal of compassion and concern for the animals and for our community. So I just want to take a moment to recognize all of them and say thank you for their service and dedication to our community. It is not often, the attention's not on them, but this is that moment that they get to get the thank you today. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Administrator, we have some employee recognition.
Mayor Rouse, yes, we do. Let me just grab that. We have, this is when we like to read the names of our employees as they make their 5-year increment of service to the city and the residents and visitors of our great community. So starting with those who have 5 years of service, we have Mary Bruce, accounting technician in our finance department, Clay Faulkner, firefighter, Eric Carvalho, firefighter, Eric Adair, firefighter, Shane Wallace, firefighter, Michael Walker, firefighter, Justin Keel, firefighter, and of course, they're all in our fire department. Then we have Daniel Gutierrez, police officer, John Spradley, police officer, both in our police department. And Brad Hess, principal project manager in the Public Works Department, Philip Davis, project engineer in the Public Works Department, Tyler Madaris, senior streets maintenance worker in the Public Works Department, Steve Balboa, custodian in the Public Works Department, Patricia Flores, vehicle services assistant in the Public Works Department, and Blanca Ramirez, librarian 2 at the library. With 10 years of service, we have Nicole Grisanti, administrator's office supervisor in the city administrator's office, Michael Bilgren, fire engineer, Nolan Barrickman, fire engineer, Joshua Henderson, fire captain, Jay Kennedy, fire engineer, Roy Segovia, fire engineer, Tyler Smith, fire captain, and Jessica Olemeyer, police property evidence technician, Bryce Ford, police officer, Sarah Baca, police officer, and Philip Maldonado, supervising engineer in the Public Works Department. With 15 years of service, we have Margot Morello, finance analyst 1 in our finance department, and Alelia Parento, sustainability and resilience director, who's here. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Administrator. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mayor Rouse, we need to pull item number 7 from the consent agenda and move it to the 18th of this month.
All right, thanks very much. And do we have some items to read, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, we do have a couple of items. Item 5, corrected section 17.20.005 of Title 17 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code pertaining to replacement vessels in the Santa Barbara Harbor Ordinance Introduction. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by amending Section 17.20.005 by adding back in subsections B3, B4, B5, and B6 that were left out due to a clerical error. Item 6, 2023 to 2025 Police Management Association Bargaining Unit Memorandum of Understanding and Amendment of Resolution Number 22-064, the Position and Salary Control Resolution for fiscal year 2023, Ordinance Introduction and Resolution. Recommendation that Council ratify the Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Santa Barbara and the Santa Barbara Police Management Association Bargaining Unit by introduction and subsequent adoption by reading of title only, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the 2023-2025 Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Santa Barbara and the Police Management Association. Item B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution Number 22-064, the Position and Salary Control Resolution for fiscal year 2023, affecting the salaries of certain classifications in the Police Management Association, effective April 8, 2023. Item 8, allocation of the city's share of Transportation Development Act funds for bicycle and pedestrian projects resolution. Recommendation that Council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara authorizing the filing of a claim with the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments for an allocation of $95,141 in Transportation Development Act funds for fiscal year 2024. Item 9, adoption of council-approved State Street Outdoor Business Facility Charge Resolution. That Council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara establishing fees for outdoor business facilities on the State Street Promenade and adjoining blocks. Item 10, award construction contract and authorize execution of professional services contracts for the Brimer Wastewater Lift Station Rehabilitation Project Resolution. Recommendation that Council E, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution Number 22-059, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2023 to appropriate clean water state revolving funds for the Brimer Wastewater Lift Station Rehabilitation Project. Item 11, adoption of the updated Hazard Mitigation Plan Resolution. Recommendation that Council B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the 2022 City of Santa Barbara Annex of the Santa Barbara County Multi-Jurisdiction Hazard Mitigation Plan. Item 12, authorize execution of a surety bond to meet the financial security requirement for Santa Barbara Clean Energy Resolution. Recommendation that Council adopt by reading a title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara authorizing the execution of a surety bond not to exceed $25,000 to meet the finance security requirement for Santa Barbara Clean Energy Community Choice Aggregation Program. Item 13, grant agreement with California Department of Parks and Recreation for the Ortega Park Revitalization Project Resolution. Recommendation that Council adopt, item B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution Number 22-059, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2023, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations in the fiscal year 2023 Parks and Recreation Capital Outlay Fund in the amount of $1 million. And that is it.
Easy for you to say. Thank you. Very good. Are there any items that any council members need to pull from consent? Ms. Sneddon.
Mayor Rouse, is item 9 being pulled for public comment?
It is pulled for public comment.
Okay.
It will be.
Okay, thank you. That's the one I wanted to.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, very good. With that, we will take those comments after we do general public comment. Are there any public commenters? We don't have any. Oh, okay. The consent items other than 9 and 10?
That's correct. If you could adopt the consent
All right,
agenda,
thank
please.
you. Changing our formula a little bit here. May I have then a motion for the balance of the consent counter other than items 9 and 10?
So move. Second.
Okay, moved by Friedman, second by Gutierrez. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, that's item 8 and 7.
Yeah, well, absolutely. We're going to take, item 7's been removed and
Right.
forwarded to the forward date. And then,
We're pulling items 8 and 9 for public comment. That will happen after general public comment. At this point, we're acting on the remainder, the balance of the consent agenda, which does not include item 7 that we have pulled.
Madam Administrator, we have 9 and 10 for slips.
That's correct.
You said 8 and 9.
I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now that we're thoroughly confused, may we have a roll call vote on the balance of the consent calendar?
Mayor Rouse, I think you can use your voting buttons to vote, and then
You
I
can use
will,
that?
I will
Okay.
vote for Ms.
That's the
Harmon.
question for procedure, Madam Attorney. Because we have Megan Harmon online who was not formally announced other than today, do we have to do roll call votes on everything, or can we use the vote buttons for some of these?
Mr. Mayor, you can use the voting buttons, and then the city clerk will put, once all the voting buttons are in and locked, Ms. Harmon, Councilmember Harmon will read her vote, or be asked to read her vote, and then the city administrator will put her vote into the record. So
All
all
right.
of the votes will then be displayed.
Love the information age. Okay, very good. So let's go ahead and vote. And Ms. Herman?
Yes.
Okay, the vote passes 6-1 with Jordan absent. All right, thank you. Now, we'll move to general public comment. And we don't have any speakers list for general public comment. Do we have anyone online waiting for general public comment?
Mr. Mayor, we do have 2 individuals. The first one is Dan Biano, next is Aaron Ashland.
Okay, have we identified whether or not they're speaking to a consent item or a specific item? These are for items not on the agenda.
If either of the individuals would like to speak on the general public comment, please keep your hand raised. Okay, and so the first one will be Dan Biano.
Okay, in 3 minutes, go right ahead.
Dan, you may unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Good afternoon, City Council members. I just wanted to talk a little bit about your legacy and all the hard work that you've done and will do as you're on City Council. But I just wanted to bring to your attention, for instance, the hard work that this council with the previous mayor accomplished with the Flamingo Mobile Home Park, the senior mobile home park overlay zone enacted by the City Council. It's a very simple one-page ordinance. There's only 3 items, and all 3 items are being violated by Flamingo Mobile Home Park. The sign at the entrance has been painted over to cover up the word senior property. This seems such a childish act by the owners, as you can easily see the cover over, paint over. The rules and regulations of our park used to say senior mobile home park. Again, the owners rewrote those, and now the rules say housing for all ages. And lastly, again, there's only 3 items. The last item, the 3rd item, it says all marketing must say that the property is for seniors. Well, just this week, 2 properties are under contract by realtors to any age persons. And I think this is going to go a long way for those of you in your legacy that whatever you have passed during your years on City Council, if it's been a waste, you should not want that to happen as your life goes down the road and you look back on all the years on City Council. And if I have any more time, I just want to mention a little bit about bureaucracy, which I'm not an expert in, but your employees, especially your high-level employees, have been working for the city long before you came, and they will be working for the city long after you leave. And that's important to keep politics out of their job. However, are they doing their job? Are they enforcing? Are they issuing enforcement activities? And I thank you for listening to me, and be well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there further comments for public comment, general public comment?
Looks like the next
Wow, I finally got.
Aaron Ashland.
if it's a general public comment.
Yeah, it looks like it's general public comment.
Hi, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I heard that San Marcos High was locked down last week because they thought there was an active shooter. I lived in Littleton, Colorado when the Columbine shooting happened, and it was terrible. I was just wondering how well you think our police department would be able to respond to a situation like that now that we have less officers than when you became mayor. How many officers did we have working last Monday afternoon, Mr. Mayor? Would there have been enough to keep all the children safe or to act quickly? I did the math, and I believe that 30 officers, which is what we're short currently, would work about 1,200 hours a week at 40 hours each, keeping us safe. And that amounts to about 171 hours per day that we are being shorted of policing. So we would have had 21 less officers last Monday by my count. Would having that many less officers lead to officers who were working being put in an even more dangerous situation due to your inability to do what you said you would do and keep places clean and safe? So our children deserve the safety provided by those extra 21 officers. What are you going to do about it? Mr. Mayor, I think we deserve a fully staffed police department. When the new police chief took her job, did you tell her that you would not be supporting paying officers enough to allow her to recruit new officers to help? Did you know that as of yesterday, there have already been 146 mass shootings in the United States this year alone? I'm here to help though, Mr. Mayor. I have an idea that might help us. I have a suggestion. Use April's 1.3 million or whatever you guys find. Maybe it's going to be more this time since we have even less officers than when you became mayor. But let's use that $1 million to purchase 20 Tesla Model 3s and offer them as signing bonuses to new officers. Are you aware that there were 170 potential new officers in California at a Zoom meeting a couple weeks ago, and 0 of them attended the Santa Barbara Zoom meeting because we don't pay enough? And in May, I suggest that we do this again and offer those next 20 Teslas to any officers that have been with the department more than 3 years and commute more than 20 miles. We could then require a 5-year commitment, which equates to about $10,000 a year per person, nearly insignificant when you consider how much money we're spending on salaries. You need to stop the bleeding also. We are a training ground for other cities. We train our officers and then they laterally transfer. We need to find a way to stop this from happening. Offer them a Tesla to stay, and let's figure out something. This isn't working the way it is. Please also park lots of those unused police cars up and down State Street. There's probably 20 or 30 cars sitting in a lot somewhere. Let's use them to our advantage. Maybe we could learn from other cities and that have promenades and park a police car on the 500 block every Friday and Saturday night to prevent things from what happened at Sharky's the last couple of weeks. And lastly, would you be willing to work 10 more hours a week for the rest of your time as mayor and not get paid any more, Mr. Mayor? Because that's basically what you're asking of our police officers. Any officers that have been on department more than 3 or 4 years must commute probably 40 to 50 miles, and that's another 10 hours a week that they're away from their families. Let's pay them and find a way that we stop losing our police officers. We need them to keep our city safe, and we deserve it. Thank you for your time.
Okay, are there further public commenters online?
No.
Okey doke. We'll go back to the consent calendar comments. I have some speaker slips for item number 9. The first will be Bob Stout. And Mr. Stout, we'll do 3 minutes at the counter, and we've got this brand-new timer that's going to let you know when you've screwed up and gone over time.
You can cut me off. Thanks, Honorable Mayor and Council. Speaking to the usage fee, I think, which was on the consent calendar, I don't currently have a business on State Street, but I am co-chair of the Downtown Organization Food and Beverage Committee. Some of you have been to our meetings and appreciate that very much, and others we've had meetings and talked about it. I probably represent about 20 to 25 restaurants, bars, coffee shops, retail, who have attended our meetings. We've had meetings every month for the last 12 months and been really well attended. So I'm here to present basically what the folks that I represent have been saying about the usage fee or the rent. I know we're not supposed to call it rent. First off, everybody at the restaurant or retail store on State Street that's allowed to use the outdoor it's a privilege. Everybody really, really appreciates it. And I think you know how important it's been to the vitality of not only downtown, pulling people up from the waterfront, competing with Ventura. Tourists and locals alike just love eating outside. We've had a couple of really bad months where probably no one's been able to use their parklets or their outdoor facilities. and we're now going to start to see the sun a little bit more, and people are going to come out, and it's going to become more and more of a draw than it was. I think, speaking on behalf of everybody, there's a general sense of unfairness, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but the 600 and some thousand, which is being allotted for extra promenade cleanup, it seems like there's only about 10%, maybe I'm guessing, about 10% of that square footage is really comprised of the outdoor facilities and the parklets, if you will. Most parklet owners, business owners, clean their own parklets really well. They didn't the first week or month, but they've learned to do that. So to ask for the usage fee to be commensurate or total something close to that 600,000 just seems a bit unfair. I'm going to speak for myself now, and I'm just going to say, personally, I think that in addition to what everyone thinks that the rent being a little high, I think it should be $350 a square foot. I think it should be square foot wherever it's at, whether you have a roof, whether you have a platform or anything else. It's just simpler. You're renting space in the public right away. So that would be a lot more palatable. I know you can't necessarily take that up right now, but I think that's something. The deadline on this is this Saturday for all the permits, and a lot of people are confused. Some people can't get their permits in time because they're trying to get okay from their neighbor, and their neighbor says fine, but the property owner is in Vermont, and it's really impossible. So there's some tough things going on right now. It's not a terrible application, but it's there. If council can't decide on this today, keep it as it is. I hope you don't, but if you do, I hope you revisit this later in the year when you look at what you're going to do at the end of the year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Matt Olafs is our next speaker.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, council members. Thank you for having me up. My name is Matt Olafs. I met with each of you about individually, but just a reminder, I'm an attorney in town. My practice focuses primarily in hospitality. At one point or another, we probably bought, sold, leased, or licensed just about every hospitality location on State Street. We're helping a number of people do their permit applications now, which are due for the outdoor parklets on the 15th. And I would say the latest 3 months have probably been the worst in the restaurant industry since COVID, just with all the rains and lack of tourism. And, you know, anyone can back me up from Visit Santa Barbara. It's been a rough couple of months. So the $5 a square foot is starting to weigh fairly heavily on people. And I think, to Bob's point, there's a few number of people that are paying the entire ticket for the promenade, and they're starting to feel sort of the unfair weight of that. The city council did a great job of taking the total budget for the promenade, making sure that the payments from each of the parklets covered that entire budget. That was a great idea. But I would suggest to the council that we wait to actually approve this item until after the 15th. We see how many people actually submit their applications, what the actual revenue from this is actually going to be based on the $5 a square foot. If it looks like there's more, I would say we reduce, get it down to $350 a square foot. Have more parklets and more people paying in instead of a few people paying a very high number. I would be cautious about going down the same route that you've seen a lot of property owners go down, which is trying to get a very high number for a small square footage, and then you end up with an empty space. That's all I have. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Guido Apizzi?
Mr. Mayor, City Council member, thanks so much. I would like here to ask you a few questions that I hope you will be so kind to answer by the end of this meeting and before making a final decision. According to the several surveys that have been conducted by the city, by MIG, and the other organization, the vast majority of the citizens and visitors express their love for the promenade, and they expect to keep it in the future. The same survey has made clear that the major attractiveness for the promenade are restaurants and the vibe they can bring on the street, and the sense of life, at least in that part that are completely empty and they look like a desert city. So the first question I would like to ask you is, why this administration is still demonstrating an evident reluctancy to maintain the State Street promenade in contrast with the opinion of citizens and the recommendation of the same consultant that you are paying for advising you. The city is also committed to collect these $600,000 or $700,000 a year from the parklet fees to cover the total cost of the State Street Promenade, most of which are associated with cleaning and wiping. If the cleaning cost is the largest component, then I would like to know why I should pay also for the cleaning under and around nearby the bench, for instance, aside of my restaurant on the sidewalk, where every night there are picnic and party, and they throw trash all the floor around. I clean there every single morning, even if it's not my parklet. So, but all that trash is coming from not my restaurant and not from the parklet, but probably is coming from Marshall, Starbucks, 99 cents, Ralph, CVS. Nevertheless, I'm expected to pay to clean all over. Despite every business on the street get benefit. Amazon benefit from cleaning? Yes. The Montecito Bank? Yes. So all these costs should be covered for by everybody. How much is the amount really incremental due to the promenade? That is what I need to clarify. How much money is actually associated with the restaurant parklet? Who benefit from the promenade? So you all are for sure aware of the catastrophic impact of the pandemic on the restaurant business and the fact that we are still far away from recovering. And we should also be aware of how recent unprecedented winter weather conditions have heavily impacted tourism and our business, further jeopardizing the chance for survival. So the question now is, how can you imagine to impose to our businesses in this moment an additional financial burden in a measure that is absolutely higher than the average of all other towns in the surrounding? I'm quite convinced that at the end of for at least a portion of State Street, the promenade will become permanent. And whenever it will be happen in the portion of the street.
Your time's up. Thank you.
Thanks so much. By the way.
Richard Yates?
Good afternoon, dear Honorable Mayor Rouse and members of the council and the city staff as well. I'm Richard Yates from Opal Restaurant and Bar. First, I really want to acknowledge the hard work the city staff has put into this proposal, which we're considering today. It's been a lot of work. We've also done some work on our side to try to comply with all the requirements, which have been reasonable up to this point. We've spoken on this topic many times, and while not in agreement on the specifics, I think I can safely say that virtually everyone in our industry with a parklet on State Street, and I'm fairly sure by extension off of State Street, agrees it's fair we pay the city some form of compensation for the use of city property for our outdoor dining licenses. We had proposed a lower fee structure than what is on the docket today, around the range of $2.50 to $3 a square foot. Some of my colleagues have proposed $3.50, which would also be reasonable, and that would be regardless of the design structure and footage extending beyond the storefront. This was something we were pretty unanimous that we could all afford. Our counterproposal was rooted in two main areas of concern: typical rental rates for outdoor patio seating and the amount of attrition these higher rates would create. We understand this is a fee, not a rent, but there's a reason patio rent in a lease situation is usually lower. You can't use it all the time. A point reinforced amongst all of us this last March, when most of us sat almost no one at all outside for an entire month, even those of us with roofs. This has become more true since COVID is perceived as having receded, and people can again afford to be picky about the weather and where they sit. We understand you have made this decision and are about to ratify it, and that might be a fait accompli. However, that brings up point number two. The rationale for the city to charge a fee is to recoup the extra costs created by closing State Street to auto traffic. We are also in agreement that being part of the reason for such a fee, and while I don't want to get into the weeds of whether that's fair for just the parklets to bear the entire cost of that, since that's been brought up already, I do want to raise a concern that all sides should share. How much buy-in will this fee structure create among those with parklets? Anecdotally, lots of businesses have told us this fee structure is not viable for their businesses, and they will take them down. Now, it's likely that most will fill out their applications, go ahead with it, at least for the summer. But then, after that, it's likely they may take them down at that point. So even if the attrition rate is lower initially, it may end up being far short of what you had expected to get with your stated goal of recouping all the costs of keeping State Street closed to traffic. So there's a case to be made this fee structure will not accomplish what it was intended to do by discouraging participation in having an outdoor dining presence in Santa Barbara, whereas a lower fee structure might encourage that. If this doesn't generate enough revenue, why not considering a lower fee structure throughout the town and charging the other parklets and finding a way to make that be something that enhances the attractiveness of Santa Barbara in general? So at this late hour, it may not be possible for you to change your vote at this point, but I'd like you to at least consider continuing the issue till next week, till we can see what the data is from the actual attrition rate once the deadline passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, then we'll read, we've already read it. We'll, Lee Cushman on item number 10, and then we'll go back and talk about these two items.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councilman. I came down here to volunteer today. I'm going to volunteer to be on your PLA review committee, and I think it's up in 4 years, right? The reason I'm doing that is I'd like to draw a comparison between two projects that have recently bid for you. And I'm also here more than anything to thank you for reviewing our bid and the staff and recommending our award for that project. But I think that's why I'm here to volunteer for your PLA committee when it comes due for a renegotiation. Is there's a stark contrast between the project that we bid and the library project that you awarded. The project that we bid has both local non-union and union contractors on. We didn't discriminate when we accepted those bids. We listed them regardless of what their employees wanted to be represented by, union or non-union, because they were qualified and they had the best price for the city. The library, on the other hand, had 2 out-of-town contractors, and the majority of their subcontractors were from out of town, and they were all union. There was no representation on that bid of the many tradesmen in this town that choose not to be in a union. They choose that for different reasons. It could be for their retirement benefits. They don't like to control their retirement benefits being to a union. They want to control it to their own. But we've gone through all that kind of stuff. I just want to kind of remind you of this topic and remember when it comes up in 4 years that I'm volunteering to be on the committee that will help resolve it. My qualifications to be on that committee is I got as far as the county's supervisors, and they at least acknowledged, if you remember, Mr. Christian Friedman, that we talked about insurance. And the county board of supervisors, they made that a part of their PLA, that it was open and fair. If we had a insurance program, we could carry it into the PLA. And that was a big step. And I think there's a few more that could take in a PLA that would get non-union contractors and their tradesmen to participate. So you can take me up on my volunteer.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, do we have one online?
We do have one speaker, Aaron Ashland.
For which item?
Aaron, can you please state which item you're speaking about?
Mr. Ashland?
For the fees or for the outdoor dining facilities.
Okay, go right ahead.
I think it's 9. Thank you. Mayor Rouse and members of City Council, I wanted to ask if you're sure. Are you sure that you made the right decision without Councilwoman Harmon, I believe, to charge small businesses so much for the patios? We all heard Mig say that the #1 reason people come downtown are the patios. Are you sure that 2 to 3 times what other cities charge businesses isn't going to cripple the promenade and the businesses that have survived COVID? Please don't forget that many didn't make it. How close are other businesses to closing at this point? Cold Stone and Natural Cafe recently closed on what I consider to be one of the best blocks in the city. Is everyone else doing so great after a once-in-a-lifetime storm that we've experienced in the last few months? I ask because it doesn't seem like the business experts from the city, of which I don't really think we have many, have said that we wouldn't lose many patios. However, the city only received 6 applications for the patios as of Friday, I heard. We used to have 40 patios. So now that Mig has done a survey and told us why people come downtown, isn't 1 less patio too many less patios? 80% of our residents don't want a fraction of the promenade that we once had. They want what we had 2 years ago. We want the promenade we had 2 years ago, so wouldn't less patios be a step in the wrong direction? What if our experts are wrong and we lose half of them? Would losing half of them change how fun the promenade it was to experience? Will State Street be able to come back from it? Do we believe that the city has the skill, considering we were paying people like the cosmonauts to tell us how to revive State Street, but all of a sudden now we believe that it's too busy or that we know what we're doing? If you leave things the way you voted, you might do so much harm to the promenade that Mayor Rouse might get his way, not the 80% of our residents that want a vibrant downtown promenade. You all, except him, had the vision of not only what it could be, what downtown could be, but what it should be. Inclusive for all, not just rich people with cars or e-bikes. Please don't lose that vision and get caught up in the BS of a couple of the mayor's personal friends. The price you charge small businesses to create a vibrant business community downtown has nothing to do with the rest of the promenade being cleaned. Consider a vacancy tax to charge landlords like Jim Cannell to clean State Street. These buildings owners aren't contributing to the businesses aren't contributing to the empty storefronts where the homeless congregate. It's the landlords. Landlords who leave their prices too high and actually make State Street worse, as opposed to the businesses who are actually making State Street look good. Wouldn't this be similar to the Lakers charging LeBron James for cleaning the parking lots of the Staples Center where his fans parked? Put it on the landlords with empty storefronts. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we'll go back to council because we've got these two items. We'll start out with item 9. Does anybody have a comment or a question on item 9? Once again, this is on consent, so we're going to remain that. Ms. Gutierrez.
After hearing the public speak, I actually really like some of the comments that the public made about lowering the fees and having more people participate. I think State Street we're all a community, and State Street is definitely the heart of the city. It is what brings the people from the outside in. We do benefit from the tourists. We're a tourist city. The State Street issue has just been in our agendas for quite a while, and I would rather have everybody come together in an agreement instead of government telling the community what to do. And you guys are the experts because you guys are there every day. We haven't found a solution for the homeless. The state hasn't found a solution from the homeless issue, and we all can agree that State Street, we really have to come to an agreement. We can't be divided in this decision. I really want to respect the business owners because they are day-to-day on State Street. I would like to lower the fees to $350 and actually wait to see also how many of those applications we get. And it isn't fair that only the restaurant businesses that have parklets to have to pay this fee. I really think that we have to come to a mutual agreement because in order to move forward and make State Street what we want it to be, we cannot continue being divided. And I really want to acknowledge the business owners, the property owners on State Street, that you guys have more of an expertise of what goes on day to day. And as a city, yes, we're trying to balance our budget, but at the same time, we have to listen to you. So I would like to propose to lower the fee to $350 to get more input, more buy-in to move forward and getting State Street to where we want it to be.
Okay, before we go to our next speaker, I want to make a quick comment about consent calendar. This is not the time to negotiate or recut a deal. It's an up or down time. So when we do that, if there are two sides to a story, we eliminate one side, we consent. So if you don't want the proposal, please vote up or down, but I really strongly suggest, we have the ability to do that legally, but I'm saying it's not correct. It's not the way we should do this. So it's either yea or nay. We did this, we did a lot of meetings, staff did a ton of work, we did a lot of outreach, and we've also delayed the implementation to May 1st when it was initially proposed to give people a chance to get up and running for the season. So all that stuff was contained in a series of meetings. If you don't want to ratify the resolution, that is your choice as a council member, but this is not the time to play let's make a deal. So that's what, Ms. Gutierrez.
I have a question for the city attorney. I don't feel comfortable moving this item forward. So what can I do at this moment, either to put it on hold, or how can I bring this item back to where we can try to negotiate the fees?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, I think the three options today with regard to this would be to either approve it, deny it, or continue it to a future date. But we can't really renegotiate the fees at this meeting.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, I totally understand about going the back and forth and all of the work that the city staff has done. Obviously, at the last meeting, I was very adamant of moving this forward, but I do have to take a pause and really listen to what the community has said. I would like, so the three options are, again?
A majority of the council could take action to approve it as it's proposed, or deny the resolution, or to continue it without action. So the action would be actually to make a motion to continue it to a future time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Harmon has her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a, excuse me, a quick question to start about what we heard in public comment, if that's okay. It was stated a couple of times that we've only received a few number of applications to participate in this fee structure and continue the parklet. I'm wondering if someone could let us know if that's true, and I think the deadline is the 15th. And the reason I ask is because we were expecting an attrition rate, I think between 20 and 30%, and is the number of applications that we've received thus far reflective of that expected attrition rate? Would it reflect a much higher attrition rate? Where is that panning out?
Sarah Clark's here. Ms. Clark?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Harmon, Sarah Clark, the Downtown Plaza and Parking Manager. I'm here today with Megan Salas, who's our Parking Program Supervisor. She's handling the application processing for this program, so I'm going to let her give you an update on those numbers.
Good afternoon. We have, as of this afternoon, had 12 applications submitted. Of those that I've reviewed, one is complete, but there are quite a few that have not been reviewed yet as they came in this afternoon.
Ms. Harmon?
Thank you. Can you speak to the attrition rate question? Just ballpark.
Sure, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Harmon, at this point, there are still 32 applications outstanding. We have heard from some of those businesses that they do intend to submit. I think at this point, it'd be hard to comment on what the attrition rate will end up being until we get closer to the deadline. As some of the public commenters noted, some of the businesses are still in the process of preparing those applications and are having difficulty getting some of the forms completed from their neighbors if they're intending to expand beyond their frontage. So I think we'll have a better idea towards the end of this week about how many applications we'll end up seeing. There's also the ability for some of these businesses to submit afterwards, and new businesses that come in can continue to submit. We put the April 15th deadline in place to give us enough time to process those applications and ensure continuity of operations for the businesses that are already out there. So it's possible we'll get some later as well.
Great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I'll be very brief, Mayor Ross. I didn't support this item when it came before council in its entirety a month or two ago, and with appreciation and respect for staff who did a lot of work to get us to this point, I continue to have significant discomfort with the rent that's being charged, and I certainly would agree with our colleagues that more discussion is warranted. I will be voting no if this item is moved forward, but would propose or move, I guess, that we continue it rather than have an up or down vote and extend the conversation. Thank you.
Second.
So that was a motion on the floor, a second by Sneddon, and that was to continue the item? Okay. Any further comments on the motion? Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I appreciate also the work that has gone into this. It has gone to finance, and having not been a part of that discussion myself, and having been a part of those discussions leading up to this item coming, I am in favor of charging a fee. I think the businesses are also in favor of charging a fee and getting cost recovery. But I'm also agreeing that these numbers are high enough that I think we will lose a lot and discourage the growth of these. So I think if I were to propose one today, and I realize if it's continued, if that's how the vote goes, then I would think that the rates on page 3 on that table would be suitable for all of the facilities across the board. But again, we wouldn't negotiate those prices today, but I'm just sort of signaling where my thinking would be. But I also, if this moved forward, I would vote no on it as it currently is. But I do have some questions for staff. How much of the fees are designated for ADA compliance? For that total cost, because I realize, and maybe you could just elaborate on the different uses of that fee recovery. It's not just cleaning, but it's also staff, permitting, ADA compliance, if maybe you could expand on that.
Certainly, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon. So the way that we calculated the approximate cost of the promenade is to look at our costs over and above what we were already spending to maintain the sidewalks and other elements of the downtown plaza downtown. So it doesn't include the baseline cost for cleaning sidewalks, landscaping, changing flags, some of our hourly maintenance staff that are dedicated to those tasks. Rather, it includes the amount over and above that we spend because specifically the street is closed. So that includes enhanced pressure washing, it includes the quarterly deep cleanings, it includes extending our janitorial services into the street. And that number does include, we placed, I want to say it's about $87,000, which is about the equivalent of half of a full-time equivalent employee to be dedicated to the enforcement. And so, it remains to be seen whether we would do that through contracting out that work or, reallocating existing staff workload. But there is a portion of that that's allocated to specifically somebody doing enforcement. There's also a portion of it that's allocated to maintenance hourly employees, not specifically for enforcement, but again, just dedicated to promenade activities.
Thank you. And then how much of that for ADA compliance? I believe that was part of the discussion, was to have the fee be high enough that that could be covered.
Sure, Councilmember Sneddon through the mayor. Again, that's about $87,000 that would be dedicated to that enforcement activity.
Okay. Oh, thank you. I missed that number too. And then at some magic number, there wouldn't be enough parklets paying fees to recover the cost of maintaining the promenade. And do we know what that number is?
Sure, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon. So the estimated, sorry, I'm looking back through my numbers. I want to make sure that I get this right for you. So our estimated costs for fiscal year '24, about $675,000. Again, that's street only. That's not the rest of it. The rest of it would be another $400,000 to $500,000. So we hit that if you go, so if you're assuming a 25% rate of attrition, we can cover that $675,000 at about, we get closest to about $450,000. Now, if we have less attrition than that, it will be a bit higher. Let me see if I have those exact numbers. Yeah, sorry, I do. So if we do a graduated rate, again, for the, expanding beyond the frontage, with zero attrition, I think we get there closer to $350,000. I'm sorry, I don't have the exact number in front of me.
No, I understand. Yeah. Thank you. This was a consent item. I'm sure you didn't expect to be answering in full detail. Okay, that answers my questions for today, and I would be in favor of holding this and seeing how many applications. And then I do like the fee structure that's on page 3, just across the board.
Anything further to the motion? Okay. Go for it.
I have a couple questions and then a brief comment. One is, since that rate structure is there is a $3 option available under the current proposal, is that correct?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, yes. So if you have a portable facility at grade with no platform and no roof, then yeah, you pay $3 per square foot up to 100% of your business frontage width. And then it goes up if you go beyond the frontage.
And I just bring that up because there was a lot of that was given to a $5 rate. And because this is consent, I'm not going to get into it because we had the hearing, but there were other factors, at least that I considered, into why there was a tiered rate. And that was part of the discussion that we had at the time. So I just wanted for the public to know that there is a $3 rate if somebody wanted to pay that right now. And if I recall from the presentation, one business actually did change to that. So it is out there. It's a choice whether you want to do that, and there are trade-offs, I understand that. The other question I have from staff is, in terms of funding, if we don't get some type of revenue and we want to continue to do the steam cleaning and all that, where does that revenue come from? Is it general fund, ARPA? Where would it be in terms of next year's budget?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, there is no more ARPA money. It would either be general fund or downtown parking funds. Downtown parking is running a deficit, so I would probably recommend general fund.
Okay, so, and being that we have budget coming up and we have structural issues in the budget, I just want to raise that as well, because if it's general fund, then there are other issues that we need to take into consideration on what we want to fund or not. But the point is, if we have a higher attrition rate too, this might not cover the cost as well, so I do understand that. But I just want to make it clear that depending on the action the council takes, we could have a general fund subsidy on this, which may come at the expense of other programs that we want or other things, including staff compensation. When you're figuring that into consideration, because we have a lot of that is general fund. So the other issue that I just want to bring up for my colleagues is, it is a little frustrating to me that we have a full hearing, we discuss this, we have many publics from both sides of this, and then we tell staff, give staff direction to come back with it, we vote a certain way, and then we come back on a consent calendar and we make changes. And granted, you can do that, but it's also having these discussions on a consent calendar after an item's already been heard is not the most transparent way either. I think when we have these public hearings, we need to really try to hone in on what we're voting on, and that's the most transparent way for me as the public. But I do see a point today that waiting a week, if that's where my colleagues want to go. But again, I also have those concerns, because this isn't the first time we've done it, where we've voted one way in a full public hearing, and then on a consent calendar, we make changes. So just want to raise, that's a point for me that is a little frustrating. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez.
I understand where Mr. Friedman's coming with his frustration, but I do also believe that for transparency, we do have to take the public in consideration. And I am being very transparent when I said, yes, I was one of the people, the council members that voted to move this forward. But I think this is why we do have to vote on consent calendars to be able to make these changes. And I don't think it's fair that we have made changes on consent calendar before. And we have to do something. And moving things forward just because, and I said it, I'm very clear that I understand the financial situation the city is in, but we have to do something about State Street, and we can't not work together. So, like I said, I was one of the council members that said move it forward. Now we're here on consent calendar, and like the city attorney said, this is the moment either we move it forward or we don't vote for it. So I don't think that any of us here is not being transparent. I think we are obeying the law, and we are actually engaging the public to make an honest decision.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, as being one of the council members that attended all the State Street business owner meetings, all those meetings were open to the public. There was a lot of public input, a lot of business owners' input. When this was before us previously, I agreed with the business owners that the fee was too high, and I suggested to go with the amount that they were suggesting. It didn't get the support then, but here we are. They're speaking to us now after certain storms that we've had and how that's affected their business, and I think that the process is set up the way that it is so that moments like this can happen, and I feel like at the very least we should wait a little longer to see if we can meet somewhere in the middle. So I'm willing to also postpone this.
Mr. Friedman.
I just have one more comment. I'll be supporting the delay because I do think it makes sense until we see what the actual numbers are, which is just a few days from now. But I will ask this: if we are going down the road where it looks like to engage with those who don't want this fee, I would really hope that you would help come to the table and find a way that this is not general fund subsidized. Because if we go down the route where we come to an understanding of what the rates are and we have to general fund subsidize it, that is going to have impacts to other services that we provide. And so I really hope that you will help us find other ways, in addition to the fees that are coming in, to find a way to fund this without a general fund subsidy. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Well, I'm just frustrated because it looks like, once again, we're being a very indecisive council. We delayed this and delayed this. We even delayed the implementation to May 1. We've been confusing to not only the public, but to the operators themselves. Our standards have not been firmly enforced. We haven't made decisions. This is not a, to rehash this yet again, and we will. Are we going to make a decision next time? I'm not confident. And so I'm a little disappointed in the way this discussion has gone. We've heard all the arguments before. There's been 3 years of the use of the public right-of-way with zero rent. And that's our fault. Nobody else can be billing but us. And we haven't been clear to the people that actually have these things what their engineering is supposed to be, what the standards are supposed to be, and we'll throw a coat of paint on it to make it look like it's part of the El Pueblo Viejo. That is just not the way we run this city. So this is rather disappointing. But with that, we'll go ahead and entertain the vote because I don't think there's any further comments. And the motion, if you would read the motion back, Madam Clerk.
Motion is Councilmember Harmon and Councilmember Sennin to continue item 9 to a later date.
Mayor Rouse, I'm sorry, you're all, but I just want to be very clear, since you did not specify the date, we'll look for one. You're getting pretty impacted in your meetings coming up, so if you had in mind a specific date, you need to tell me. For example, next week, we already have 4 fairly substantive items on the admin agenda. Happy to add it, just otherwise, we're looking out a ways.
Well, that's a great question. Also, I'm confused. If we continue a consent item, do we continue it to a consent, or do we continue it to a full hearing?
Mr. Mayor, that's an administrative matter up to the city administrator unless you would specify a date and that you want it on the administrative agenda.
I will go to the maker of the motion for that. Ms. Harmon?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I would specify that it would be on the administrative agenda. As to the specific dates, unless the seconder of the motion has a specific date in mind, I do not, and would leave it to the discretion of the city administrator at, I guess, the earliest convenient date.
Well, we also had a deadline. Does that mean the deadline no longer exists, or do we have to make a motion about that? How do we do that?
Mayor Rouse, so right now the application deadline is the 15th, so it's this week. And the council's intent and their stated direction was to begin charging the fees on May 1st. So, realistically speaking, if we want to hit that May 1st date, you would need to resolve this matter pretty quickly. Otherwise, we are going to have to push that date out and the receipt of those fees out. We would have to figure out other dates for applications, so.
I'd be amazed if if the conversation didn't continue as is. Ms. Sneddon, do you have a comment?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So I think that really the only part in question is the bottom line fee number. I think that, I don't think we're looking to renegotiate all of it. I'm just looking for legal advice about if there is a fee structure already in place in what's on there today, and we were just going to apply one of those tables across the board, is that a significant enough change that it would have to come back?
Councilmember Sneddon, the issue is that the proposal in the resolution is for the tiered rates. So, we would have to eliminate the tier rate and then come up with an across-the-board rate if that was what the council's majority wanted to do. So it'd be a significant rewrite to the resolution, which is not what is presented in the agenda.
Okay. Can I suggest that we limit to the maker of the motion what it is that we're bringing back, which is just the rate structure, or maybe we could put some parameters on it so that it could be a shorter item or come more quickly? Would that make a difference?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, I believe that we can bring this on the 25th. You may have a long meeting, but I believe that we can bring this back on the 25th.
Oh, excellent.
Does that work for the maker of the motion?
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Okay, shall we go ahead and vote? What the hey? Would you put the scoreboard up, please, Madam Clerk?
Just to confirm, the motion by Councilmember Harmon and Councilmember Sneddon to continue this item 9 to April 25th on the administrative agenda.
And Ms. Harmon?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 5 to 1, one absent. All righty. Let's move on. We got stuff to do. And that was it for the consent calendar.
Mr. Mayor, there is.
Oh, wait, we have not item 10,
Correct,
don't we? Sorry.
correct, yes, thank you.
Do we have any discussion on item 10? Okay, very good. May we vote on we have a motion, item 10 then.
I'll move item 10.
Move item 10,
I second.
second by Gutierrez, first by Sneddon.
To
Thank you.
approve item 10 as recommended.
Yes.
There we go. Unanimous with Michael Jordan absent. Thank you. Okay, very good. Can I get a report from the Finance Committee, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So today at Finance Committee, we heard two items. The first was a loan forgiveness for the Transition House Homeless Family Shelter, and we approved that unanimously, and that will come to council. And then also an update to the solid waste rates for this coming year. We have also approved bringing that forward and setting a future date and public noticing via Prop 218 to move that forward, and that will also be coming to council later. Thank you.
Very good. Let's go ahead to council member committee assignment reports. Anybody got a committee assignment? Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I attended a COMB meeting, also attended the retirement of Chief Kevin Taylor, along with you, Mr. Mayor, and several of our, the city administrator, our own fire chief, CCRB meeting, elected leaders forum to address homelessness. I had a tour of the Boys and Girls Club on the west side with Mr. Baker, and with Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez and our police chief Gordon attended as a panelist for the Youth Speak Out event hosted by our youth council.
Very good. Any further council committee assignment reports? All right, very good. Well, we started our own Navy with our christening of the USS Santa Barbara on April 1. Very nice ceremony, and it was well attended. With that, we will move on to item 20. If you have something to read, please.
Item 20, interviews for single-family design board.
Okay, very good. We're going to call you up as you're listed on our sheet for the interview. We'd appreciate it if you would keep it within the 3-minute range, only because we've got a lot going on today, and we're going to be discussing this. So we've read your applications, and we'll go forward with that. So I'm going to start out with Cindy Antonucci Amin. I don't know if I got that one right, but close enough.
Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Cindy Antonucci Amin. Sorry, I'll take this one. I've lived in Santa Barbara County since 1989. My experience in the field of design has been as an owner, designer, remodeling, and rebuilding homes for approximately 18 years. I've worked with design review processes in the city of Pasadena, Los Angeles County, and Santa Barbara County. My experiences with all of those entities were easier and shorter than what I've experienced in the city of Santa Barbara, but they were also pre-COVID. My husband and I currently have a remodel project awaiting consent from SFDB, a project we began in January of 2020. I'm fairly well acquainted with how SFDB works. I believe in the need for design review, for neighborhood harmony, aesthetics, and to address energy and environmental concerns. I appreciate what Pearl Chase did for our beautiful city and public buildings, but I do not believe every residence here needs to be Spanish. Having had the privilege of working with gifted architects, I have a deep respect for quality design. It is my belief that we can be a city of historical and new properties of merit that will enhance our neighborhoods. And it is my hope that this necessary step of design review can become more efficient. I'm applying for a position with SFDB because the need seems great. I am retired, I have time and energy to share, and I am adept at reading site, building, floor, and landscape plans. I have no illusions that I can streamline the process for others or make friends in this position, but I believe with a good understanding of the scope of work and cooperation, some good can come from this. I am an optimist by nature and believe it is time to stop complaining and be the change I want to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there questions for this applicant? Seeing none, we'll move. Oh, Mr. Gutierrez has a question.
Thank you. Oh, thank you for applying. There's a few questions. So the Single Family Design Board reviews a lot of new contemporary designs going into neighborhoods with mixed architectural styles. What is your opinion on this?
I think where there is an existing mix of architectural styles, I think it is entirely appropriate to be harmonious with the neighborhood and the street. But I know there are some areas where that is not the case.
The city's code of conduct requires board members to be friendly, courteous, and respectful. How would you maintain diplomacy and professionalism on behalf of the board and the city when there is passionate disagreement?
Patience, bite my tongue. I mean, we have to all be cooperative and patient and tolerant for the greater good. So I have worked on boards before, and I recognize that need to be great.
Are you familiar with the time commitments and willing to show up for meetings, review plans and materials in advance, participate in hearings, site visits, or drive/walk through neighborhoods?
I'm aware of that and willing to do so.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Danny Siegel is the next applicant.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, thank you for the opportunity to apply for the Single Family Design Review Board. First, I'd like to thank the city's operation team for making the candidate experience so delightful. The online application process was phenomenally easy, and the follow-up communications were crystal clear. I've lived in Santa Barbara for over 15 years. Over that time, I've pretty much lived in every single part of town: East and West Mesa, downtown, West Beach, the Mission area, and East Side. This gives me a unique understanding of all the characteristics of the local neighborhoods, which should help me in fulfilling the charter of the Single Family Design Review Board by ensuring all projects are compatible with their local neighborhoods. It helps to have lived there. I'm 100% dedicated to putting in the needed time and effort to fulfill the roles and responsibilities of the position. I even started watching some of the recent meetings, which will help me ramp up to make sure I can be a contributing member on day one. I want to focus on balancing the need of developing our aging housing stock with the unique charm and local neighborhood characteristics of Santa Barbara. This is a challenge I've tackled firsthand as the owner of several single-family investment homes that I lease on a long-term basis. Additionally, I spent the last 7 years working at Procore, a construction technology provider here in town. I focus on helping all construction stakeholders collaborate effectively to ensure the project's success. I'm very familiar with everything from pre-construction, permitting, all the way through the course of construction. And through this experience, I've really learned how important it is about collaboration and understanding all viewpoints and driving to a consensus. We have a saying at Procore: we build the software for the people that build the communities we live in. The work the Single Family Design Review Board does helps craft the community. It would be an honor to serve alongside the fellow board members to help have a small role in shaping the Santa Barbara community, one I plan to live in for the rest of my life with my family. Thank you very much for considering my application. Happy to answer any questions.
I think Ms. Gutierrez has a question.
You mentioned you own property. Do you own property here in town?
Yes, all my property is here in Santa Barbara.
Thank you.
Further questions for this applicant? Thank you very much. We'll move on to Dee Dee Calderwood. Dee Dee Calderwood. Okay. Move on to Jennifer Lewis.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jennifer Lewis, and I'm a licensed architect at Harrison Design. I've had the privilege of living and working here in downtown. Santa Barbara is one of the most beautiful cities in the world, and it's not just because of the natural beauty. The quality of architecture and the attention to the community experience is top-notch. We owe this to a strong history of design review in the city. As architects, we are trained to critique. Through this iterative process, our designs only get better. The design review process allows architects and homeowners a critical checkpoint in evaluating their design within the community context. In addition to my experience as an architect designing modern and traditional spaces, I believe the education I've gained through the Institute of Classical Architecture and Art, as well as being a docent for the Architectural Foundation of Santa Barbara, will help me be successful in evaluating residences for neighborhood compatibility following the design guidelines. I've enjoyed volunteering with the AIA, the Women in Construction, and the Architectural Foundation here, and have the opportunity with my work schedule to give back to the city. I saw the opening for the board and really felt the call to step up and give back. Thank you for considering me for the open position on the Single Family Design Board, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions of this applicant. Ms. Gutierrez.
There are individuals that come with their projects to the Single Family Design Board that it's their first experience ever submitting a project and coming to this board. And some of them, their first language is not English. Mm-hmm. Therefore, this is a whole new experience for them. What are some of the things that you would keep in mind when you see an applicant, especially when they walk in and their demeanor? And one knows when, especially with your expertise, when it's the first time submitting a project. How would you address this applicant versus somebody that comes in frequently not frequently, but understands the process?
Right, no, definitely. I think as an architect, we work with all kinds of clients, some that are very experienced in the building process and others who have no idea. I have the lovely guide here, but I do think sitting down and going through the visuals is really helpful. In talking with the AIA, we also discussed opportunities of having architects be able to sit with some of the homeowners who maybe aren't working with an architect and trying to develop some of these drawings themselves to help them understand what some of these components mean, especially the architectural detailing, and not necessarily just saying, oh, we need a Spanish building here, but what does it mean to incorporate scale and massing, and what are maybe affordable and tangible things that help just take it up a notch to fit in with the neighborhood compatibility. So, yeah.
All right, thank you. No further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank
you. Joseph Moticha.
Mayor and City Council members. My name is Joseph Moticha. I'm an architect in Santa Barbara, lived here all my life, born here, grew up in Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara is a passion. I understand there's 2 positions open on the single-family design board. I'm a licensed architect, and I'm going for one of them. I have been on the single-family design board twice before, for 2014 to 2018 and 2019 through 2022. I was not pushed off, just I had back surgery, so I wasn't able to continue the next four-year term. And I really would like to be back on that board. I know everybody on that board, have served on that board. Love the board. It's a passion of mine. I served for 40 years here in town as the director and custodian of all the drawings for all the residences of the city of Santa Barbara and the county of Santa Barbara. And that was a volunteer thing that I did for 40 years that I got recommended by Ken Kruger from Kruger, Benson, and Zemer, and I started it early 70s, became director in 79, and did it for 40 years. And they replaced me about 2019 for a younger person. My father was a builder here in town, carpenter, very good carpenter. He built a lot of houses here in the city of Santa Barbara. And through the last 40 years, I have come across those drawings that my father corrected because the architect didn't do them right. And my father had a very distinct handwriting, very artistic, and I could see drawings in the San Roque area and downtown area where he had corrected drawings to fit the way they needed to be built. I know Santa Barbara like the back of my hand. I drove in a kind of a yellow mustard-colored Jeep in town, and people still recognize me. "Oh, Joe, do you still have that Jeep?" "Yes, I do." It's paid off. And I got to the point where I never had that top on that Jeep for, I've owned it since '73. All those years, I had 180 degrees of driving all over town, and Santa Barbara is my town. I can tell you, used to be able to brag that I could tell you within 10 minutes, or 10 numbers, what the address of every house in town was. And I could tell you what color it was just by closing my eyes and driving up to that corner. And to this day, and just the other day, somebody said, "Oh, I have a house right on the corner of Arriaga and Bath." And I said, "Which house?" And they said, and I told them which houses were on that corner because I could picture it in my mind.
So Ms. Snedden has a question for you.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
I do, thank you. And I'm asking this because you have experience serving on the board before. What do you see as the biggest challenges? And we're sort of in a moment right now where discretionary board time is being limited and projects coming through. If you could just speak specifically to that. The challenges, what do you see as the biggest challenges serving on the board in terms of timelines?
Biggest challenges on the board are listening and having a little empathy for the people who are presenting projects to you. It's probably the hardest thing that the board has, is to just give recommendations and listen to them and be able to accept the drawings that they're presenting. We get drawings, we get really excellent drawings, we get drawings that are presented by single-family people that own their own homes. And we have to look at those drawings and come up with decisions and dialogue that makes that person feel respected in front of us.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Mutijim? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go to Don Sherry.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Dawn Sherry, and I am a licensed architect in Santa Barbara, and I've owned and operated my firm here in downtown for 33 years. I've served 8 years on the Architectural Board of Review in the past and have presented my own projects to both ABR and single-family design boards since my firm's inception. This has allowed me to develop an understanding of applicants, the board, and of staff. Our firm still regularly processes projects through the discretionary review process in the city of Santa Barbara, so we are also aware of the current design review and approval processes. Overall, I believe the goal of the process of design review should be fair, efficient, and productive. Design review boards are in place for a reason. I believe they are in place to oversee some projects, to assure that those projects that are subject to the review process are following the guidelines of the zoning ordinance, the SFDB guidelines, and are sensitive as they can be to neighboring properties. I do not believe the role of the board is to design projects per se, but to assist in feedback. I don't believe the role of the board is to insert personal preferences per se, unless those opinions are in line with the guidelines in place. I believe their role is to be fair, unbiased, respectful, clear, efficient, helpful, and productive with the goal of assisting applicants toward approval. There have been many differences of opinion on this, and there have always been differences of opinion on this in any board, and this is the nature of the design process and is expected. I think that the differences in opinion might be narrower if the board members have a very good understanding of basic design concepts, have the ability to understand projects they are reviewing, and can come to the table with positivity and an understanding of the goals of the board as a whole. In summary, I think that my understanding and experience of the process and my respect for applicants, staff, and fellow board members would serve the system well. An efficient, effective, and fair design review process is a very necessary component for the success of design review boards. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Sherry? All right, very good. Thank you. So that wraps up, and thank you all so much for applying. We are going to be making a decision later on, but there's going to be a number of hearings beforehand, so it's going to be quite a while. So you may be here if you like. You definitely don't have to hang around. So thank you so very much. With that, we will move on to the next item. Madam Clerk.
Item 21, public hearing and introduction of ordinance granting an exclusive franchise for citywide solid waste collection services with Marburg Industries, Inc. Recommendation that council be introduced and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara granting an exclusive franchise for citywide solid waste collection and disposal services to Marburg Industries, Incorporated.
Ms. Cruz Carpenter.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Lorraine Cruz Carpenter, and I'm the Environmental Services Manager. Today's item is on the exclusive franchise for citywide solid waste collection services with Marburg Industries, Inc. Next slide, please. I'll begin with a few key background points today. As you know, the city's current agreement for solid waste collection services with Marburg expires on June 7th. Last summer, council directed staff to enter into negotiations with Marburg for a new franchise agreement. And at that time, the services of R3 Consulting Group were obtained to assist in the process. Since then, we've been working together to negotiate new and enhanced programs and services in terms that comply with extensive state legislation. While these programs and services will begin implementation in FY24, Marburg's base compensation will remain flat in year 1 and 2 of the agreement. And over the last 10 years, the solid waste industry has seen significant changes that have been incorporated into the new agreement, making it reflective of a modern franchised agreement meeting today's industry standards. Next slide, please. So staff, Marburg and R3 have successfully concluded negotiation of terms, programs, and services for inclusion in the new agreement, and they have met the city's objectives. The negotiation outcomes include gaining efficiency and increasing employee safety via the small residential curbside collection program. This will apply to residential customers with 1 to 4 units. And under the new agreement, collection practices will move away from a very labor-intensive means of providing collection services and implement automated curbside collection in wheeled carts. For small residential customers that would like to retain on-premise service, they can opt in to that collection service at a premium service charge based on the higher cost to provide that service. Additionally, residents with disabilities or those that are 80 years or older that need on-premise collection service will be accommodated at no added premium cost. Another main feature of the agreement includes enhanced neighborhood collection services to address abandoned waste and to provide neighborhood cleanup support. This program will expand the bulky items collection service to include large residential units, which basically triples the collection service on bulky items. Additionally, abandoned waste reports will move from a 72-hour response time to a 48-hour response time. Now, as indicated by a community survey, household hazardous waste collection was a priority for residents. Through the new agreement, disposal of household hazardous waste will become more convenient through collection events at centralized locations. These events will supplement the existing community household hazardous waste collection program at UCSB. Also implemented will be programs and services that meet the extensive compliance and reporting requirements of state legislation like SB 1383. And the new agreement will also require the creation of a dedicated contract liaison staff position at Marburg. And that person will work closely with city staff on all deliverables of the contract. Last, provisions for new collection vehicles have also been incorporated into the agreement. Vehicles over 10 years old would be replaced with compressed natural gas vehicles. And language has also been included in the contract to prioritize zero-emission vehicles as they become technologically and economically feasible. Next slide, please. Additional outcomes of the negotiations include a proposed 15-year agreement with the city's option for a 5-year extension. As mentioned before, while the city and Marburg agreed on new programs and services for customers in FY24, there will be no changes to the net compensation paid by the city to Marburg in year 1. It is important to note that although Marburg's net compensation in FY24 will stay flat, the city's overall solid waste rates are anticipated to increase in the coming year due to changes in the cost of post-collection processing and county landfill operations. Those costs are not part of the new agreement with Marburg, but are passed through to solid waste customers by way of the solid waste rates. Base compensation to Marburg will also remain flat in year 2, but there will also be a one-time fuel true-up payment that will cover the annual change in fuel costs. And this is related to the global surge in natural gas costs that occurred in early 2023. And beginning in year 3, Marburg's compensation will increase annually by the Garbage and Trash Collection Consumer Price Index and cap at 5%. An additional 2% will be added to the CPI in years 3 through 6 to fund replacement of capital equipment, including collection vehicles, carts, and containers. This approach allows for adjustments to Marburg's compensation to be phased in as new capital equipment is acquired, thus preventing the need for nearer-term increases in Marburg's compensation and customer rates. So the maximum increases in Marburg's compensation will be in fiscal years 26 through 29 at 7% annually, and the maximum increases thereafter will be capped at 5% annually. Next slide, please. Another proposed update to the agreement is the compensation method used to pay Marburg. The means of compensating Marburg in the current agreement are complicated and really just outdated. The new compensation method would be for collection service only. Marburg's current compensation includes compensation for the post-collection costs of processing and disposal. Moving forward, these costs would be broken out and paid directly to the county in accordance with the city's materials delivery agreement with the county. And via the new agreement, Marburg will be compensated for collection services it provides to customers in accordance with a set cost of service per unit rates. Next slide, please. As part of the agreement update, the franchise fee paid by Marburg to the city will be adjusted to align with best practices around the state and better reflect the impact of the solid waste service on the municipal infrastructure. The new agreement proposes a franchise fee of $2.96 million to be paid by Marburg to the city. And the city also currently collects a user's utility tax, but collection of a UUT on solid waste is highly unusual and not consistent with standard industry practice. Therefore, in order to align with statewide practice, staff is recommending to eliminate the solid waste UUT and increase the franchise fee. The customer will see little or no increase to their bill related to these changes, as the updated franchise fee and the elimination of the UUT will basically net each other out. Next slide, please. So to review the financial information, all of the new and enhanced services will be effective in FY24, with no changes to Marburg's base compensation in year one of the agreement. In FY25, Marburg's base compensation will remain flat with the one-time fuel true-up. Also beginning in FY25, Marburg will implement the same small residential curbside cart collection program that they've already been implementing in all their other service areas. And customers requiring accommodation because of a disability or age will be provided on-premise service at no additional premium cost. Customers who voluntarily would like to opt into the on-premise service will pay an additional rate on their utility bills, and that corresponds with the higher cost to provide that service. Future increases in Marburg's compensation will max out at 7% in years 3 through 6 and 5% in years 7 through 15. Next slide, please. If council approves today's recommendations, the next steps will be the adoption of the ordinance on April 18th. By May 18th, the referendum period would be complete, and on June 8th, the new agreement would be effective. On July 1, new and enhanced services will begin implementation, and in 1 year from that date, on July 1st, 2024, the small residential curbside collection program will begin implementation. Next slide, please. So today, staff recommends that Council 1 holds a public hearing, which we're doing today as required by the city charter, regarding granting an exclusive franchise for city solid waste collection and disposal services to Marburg Industries, and introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara granting an exclusive franchise for citywide solid waste collection and disposal services to Marburg Industries, Inc. And with that, our staff here, I'm here with Mr. Murbach and Senior Environmental Specialist, and we have Mr. Schultz with R3 Consulting here for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. And staff did a very complete presentation of this material to us a couple weeks ago, so I think we're in pretty good shape. Do we have any questions from council? Do we have any comments online?
No comments.
Well then, Ms. Snedden.
Is this appropriate time for comments, Mr.?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. So I just want to thank staff and Marburg and R3 for such a successful negotiation. I think the negotiated terms have environmental benefits and also enhanced services, and this came through the Sustainability Committee with unanimous approval.
Very good. And Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to thank our staff and working with Marburg. I know we had a process on this that we negotiated directly with them, and they provide a high level of service and customer satisfaction from the community, and it's led us to this point, and there's a lot of benefits that are coming our way and a lot more flexibility what we're going to be able to do in terms of enhancing our services, so I'll be happy to move the staff recommendation.
I second.
Okay, so it's been moved by Freeman, seconded by Sneddon. And, oh, do you have a question, Gutierrez? No, I seconded. Oh, you second the vote, okay. Wasn't paying attention. And I don't see Ms. Harmon's hands up, so,
To approve the staff recommendation.
okay, very good. May we have go to the audio tape.
Councilmember Harmon, please state your vote.
Yes.
Thank you. We have a winner, so unanimous. Thank you very much, except for Mr. Jordan. So thank you very much, and staff. With that, we'll move on to the next item. If you would, Madam Clerk.
Item 22, update regarding utility undergrounding program and initiation of proceedings to form a benefit assessment district to underground utilities on 800 block of Jimeno Road. So resolution. Recommendation that council be adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara initiating proceedings to form a benefit assessment district to underground utilities on the 800 block of Jimeno Road under Santa Barbara Municipal Code, Chapter 4.60.
Mr. Hendel.
Good afternoon, mayors, members of the City Council. I'm Adam Hendel, Principal Engineer in the Public Works Department, and I am here today for two reasons. The first is to provide an update on our utility undergrounding program and the landscape of utility undergrounding. And then the second item and the action item in the staff report is related to a utility undergrounding assessment district on the 800 block of Jimeno Road. So what I'll be covering today in my staff presentation is some background on the utility undergrounding programs, and then I'll be going into some specifics on the petition we received on the 800 block of Jimeno Road. I'll describe the scoping process that I went through with the neighborhood committee, the petition process. We had 2 petitions, and then the city council resolution that would need to happen to preliminarily form the district. To order the engineer's report. And then I'll be going over some next steps. So utility undergrounding is broken up into 3 rules that's established between the electric utility, in our case it's Southern California Edison, and the California Public Utilities Commission. The first one is what's known as 20A. It's ratepayer funded. The city council last year approved of staff's recommendation to pick continuing on Cliff Drive with that program. We received preliminary plans on that project, and we're working with the utilities on designing that project. And that part of the rules is currently before the California Public Utility Commission to consider sunsetting the ratepayer-funded program. That could happen later this year. Rule 20B, which is the subject of this council agenda report, is for projects greater than or equal to 600 feet, which is about a city block. And those projects are typically funded by property owner assessment, and that is the rule that would be used for Jimeno Road on the Riviera. The last and most prevalent rule is what's referred to as Rule 20C. This is if somebody wants to remove 1, 2, 3 poles, and it's always privately funded. It's small in size. Typically, there's 1 project owner and maybe 1 or 2 property owners are impacted. It generally can't be used if it's a lot of properties impacted. Getting everybody together really requires the larger projects. So this slide, this is from Cliff Drive before the project that we're currently designing. And as you can see from this streetscape, Rule 20A is primarily for main arterials, commercial districts. It doesn't work in neighborhoods. What does work in neighborhoods is Rule 20B and utility undergrounding assessment districts. Those projects are funded via assessments on the property owners. And this photo was taken from a street above the golf course that went through this process, but the petition was less than required to bring it to City Council for consideration. So some benefits of utility undergrounding: improves the scenic streetscape, removes view obstructions, whether ocean views or mountain views. It generally increases property values and can increase the tax increment that the city receives after that. And then last but not least is improving safety. This photo is on Cliff Drive, and that's a main street where the poles are subject to being hit by vehicles. Later in the presentation, I'll have a similar slide on Himeno. So there's some background on the utility undergrounding, and where this fits in is this is a neighborhood. Himeno Road is on the Riviera. The blocks above the 800 block between Alameda Padre Sierra and this project was actually previously undergrounded. And this format of doing utility undergrounding would be the appropriate way to deliver a project like this. And so this project started with the neighborhood committee making wind of this program or this option and contacting city staff, and I worked with them to develop a scope of the project that was technically feasible and made sense for the neighborhood. And then the next step was an initial petition was circulated in spring of 2022. And that initial petition came back with 82% support, which was great. We had just a couple of property owners that were either unsure or they said no, that they weren't interested in the assessment and this project. Unfortunately, that initial support dropped to 30%. Of a couple of folks changed their minds or didn't have enough information, and one in particular was a property owner that owned a lot of land, and our city guidelines are based on land area, not on just simple parcel counts. It's kind of an older, antiquated way of doing this. But that lack of information, the committee and staff got together and we determined that we needed to have a neighborhood meeting, and we did that late last year. And then the committee circulated an amended petition package with some small changes to the scope of the project, and that petition resulted in 70% in support of the project, which was 10% greater than the 60% that's required just to start this process, right? This is just an initial formation step. And that is the subject of this council item. So this map shows the initial petition on Himeno, which is generally above Grand Avenue, kind of northwest of the Santa Barbara Bowl property, above Alta Vista. The green pole would be what's called the starting pole. All the red poles after that would be removed and wires would be placed underground. And in yellow is the districts that would potentially be assessed if this moves forward. So the amended petition package changed a little bit. On the west side, it changed based on some public input we received to actually keep those poles and shrink the size of the project a little bit, and the yellow changed with that. And then on the easterly or uphill side of the project scope didn't change at all, but the neighborhood committee felt that the larger property, which actually takes access off Grand, not off Himeno, that it wasn't appropriate that they be included in the initial petition. So these photos were provided by the committee, and it's before and after photo simulation. This particular pole has a transformer on it. It's on a bend in the street. It's subject to being hit by vehicles. It's subject to going down in wind events. It's both a safety issue as well as a aesthetic view improvement. And then this photo was also provided by the committee. This is from the street looking up at one of the homes. There's generally two benefits of these projects: street appeal, when you drive up and you see the poles and wires, and then the view improvements, which from that property looking towards the ocean, these wires underground would drastically improve that property's views. So some costs of this effort. So the design phase, these are the estimated costs of the design phase, approximately $125,000. So the way that this would work would be that the design phase would be funded by the city, and we would design the project, determine what the final assessments are. There'd be a formal vote from the district, yay or nay, subject to city council approval. And in the event that the project does move forward and is built, the district, via the property assessments, would repay the city back. If the project doesn't ultimately move forward, then the city would would not recover those costs. So the city's at risk on those design costs. Staff's still receiving and negotiating those design contracts, so this is just an estimate. And then this is an approximately $1 million project, so the difference, the $875,000, that's the construction costs to build the underground conduits, the vaults, put all the wires underground, et cetera. And that all results in assessments on the properties in the range of $50,000 to $60,000. Those depend on the benefit that those properties receive. So the findings that need to be made today are in regards to the petition we received, which was in the Council General Report packets. And there's three pieces: the boundary description, the proposed improvements, and then the support percentage. The boundary description, there's this question about 1402 Grand Avenue and whether it should be included or not. And as I mentioned earlier, our guidelines has a general rule about the land area, and it doesn't really fit this particular project or part of the city based on those conditions. So there's some options here for the city council to consider. The proposed improvements themselves, they're appropriate for the project area, they're well scoped out. I don't see any major technical issues moving forward with the project. I would say it's on the smaller side. It's already been reduced in size once, but the improvements are appropriate. And then the support percentage is greater than the 60% based on land. So that passes that third test. And these are all included in the municipal code on this process. So with that, the question or recommendation to city councils, if the council believes there's adequate support to fund the design phase, then this is the resolution that needs to be adopted to order what's referred to as the engineer's report, which would allow the project to move forward. And speaking of moving forward, the next steps, this is a preliminary step in the process. The next steps would be staff would receive all of and negotiate these design contracts. We have a preliminary proposal from an assessment engineer, Southern California Edison, who's here today if you have questions for them. We have a preliminary design estimate from them, and then Frontier and Cox, the telecommunication companies, we have to negotiate contracts with them. And then ultimately, once those are all in order, we would need to appropriate the funds to fund that design phase. And with that, I'm available for questions. I do think we have one public comment.
All right, very good. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is something that my residents have brought up several times about undergrounding power lines throughout, the west side and the east side and such. It seems to me that obviously undergrounding power lines is just aesthetically more pleasing and also safer from my understanding. So it makes sense for me that in the most heavily populated areas of our city, we would want to implement that first. So I'm just wondering, why is it in this part of the city that it seems like geographically it's even more difficult to pull it off? It's being prioritized.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez, this particular location, 800 Jimeno Road, this came from the residents of that neighborhood based on a petition. So the city, so we have a municipal code process, we have a website, and the city staff didn't identify this particular block. It was the petitioners that came to staff. And then regarding your comment about the differences between this neighborhood and say the west side is, you're generally correct that this can be a challenging area to build a project like this with rocky terrain and easements and those types of things. But the west side has some challenges with utility undergrounding too, like density, lots of different services and overhead lines. And once those utilities are above ground, it is very challenging to get them underground to deliver a construction project. But if anybody in the community on the west side or in any other neighborhood would be interested in talking about this form of delivering a project, staff would be happy to talk with them.
Thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. Just two questions to follow up on that. if we go forward with this today, these are Rule 20A funds, and that program is sunsetting, as I understand it. If you could clarify that, and then how much funding would we have left in the event that, say, the West Side or others would want to pursue this, or is this it after we allocate these funds?
Yeah, Councilmember Friedman, let me clarify a little bit. The Utility Undergrounding Assessment Districts, the UUAD, the Rule 20B, that's what Jimeno Road would be delivered under. The Rule 20A ratepayer funded program, they're different programs. Currently, the CPUC approved rules don't allow us to use our Rule 20A allocations to fund the design phase for neighborhood projects. Although I do believe that as those state decisions move forward, a lot of these projects struggle to get off the ground because they don't have the preliminary matching funds. But the council is not being asked today to appropriate Rule 20A allocations. What we would need to do under this is we would need to allocate some city funds, direct city funds, in order to fund the design costs.
And so this is 20B, so this would be the assessment district that the property owners would pay into rather than the 20A funds. And then the 20A funds, there's even more strict criteria for arterial streets and public benefit that would qualify. So that might be something that the West Side might be eligible for. But that that program, is it sunsetting, and is there a time limit that they would need to, any interested community groups would need to look into that?
Yeah, so I think the last Rule 20A project we delivered was about a decade ago. It takes a while to build up allocations. So if the state, if they move forward with some continuance of the Rule 20A program, when we get enough allocations again, then we would go through a public process to select a follow-on project to Cliff Drive. And the West Side, as well as other neighborhoods on primary arterials, would be good candidates. It's these neighborhood projects that have really specific special benefits that might be better delivered in this format.
Thank you.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I just, I'm going to save my praise for this whole process, and Mr. Handel, you in particular, facilitating this for comments. But can you emphasize, or to sort of answer Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez's question, this is a self-assessment. This is a group of a neighborhood who is voting to assess themselves, to pay for the project themselves, basically. And if you could just really highlight how much the city lays out in design versus the amount that the neighborhood residents themselves will be putting in for the project.
Let's see, Councilmember Sneddon, this project is started with a petition from the neighborhood, but not necessarily every member of the neighborhood was part of that formation. Ultimately, they all have rights and voting power, but the scope and scale of projects like these are often defined on what we hear from the neighborhood, you know, starting points and end points. Did I answer your question?
Numbers. So how much is the city putting in versus how much would be assessed from the neighborhood in total that they'd be paying themselves for the project? Just to emphasize that.
Yeah, so Councilmember Sneddon, this project, if it was ultimately delivered, then all of the costs would be paid via the assessment district and the property owners in that district. However, in order to know those final costs and for us, the city, to help them make their decisions and cast their votes, the city would need to fund the design phase, which is the approximately $125,000 amount. And then just in terms of the scale of what we're talking about here is, of those 13 or so properties, the financial assessment would be around in that range of $50,000 to $60,000 that each one of those properties would have to be paying for this project to move forward.
Thank you.
All right, very good. If there are no further questions, we do have some speaker slips on this item. I'm going to butcher this last name. I believe that says Mona Bareka. Pretty close? Thank you. You have 3 minutes, then, please.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, I'm grateful to be speaking to you today about our enthusiastic support for this project. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my husband, Chris Barreca. We just bought a home 2 years ago on this block and moved in November. And there are many things that are wonderful about it, but I've been especially moved by the welcome of the neighbors and by the incredible initiative and including us in this very worthwhile project. I want to thank you for this incredible presentation and also express that there are several reasons, in my view, for supporting this. They are the items that Mr. Hendel mentioned, but I want to speak to two that are especially dear to me. One is aesthetics. It's so much more beautiful not to have the view obstructed, not just for residents, but for all the people who walk that block. And I see them passing by my porch all the time, and it makes me feel very much at home to see so many people enjoy the views and to enjoy them even more when there are no cable salads and also those cement poles, which really are not in keeping with the neighborhood. The most important point for me, though, is safety. In 2003, Christmas Day, I experienced a rather traumatic event living in Santa Clarita in our home. I was at home with my husband and my 1- and 2-year-old child, and when suddenly there was an enormous boom, and the light bulbs overhead exploded, and glass was everywhere, and smoke was coming out of the sockets, and it turned out that during the storm, a tree had fallen on the pole near our house, not a tree from our property, and had caused the transformer to explode, sending thousands of volts into the home. So if I had held my hairdryer at that moment, I would not be standing here right now. And I really feel that nobody should be going through this. There was the damage, of course, $25,000. There were 3 months of living with only partial electricity, and lots of repairs and fights with insurance and other institutions. And it was a very difficult time. And again, I think safety, the safety of our community, and being proactive about that safety in a time when we have more and more weather is incredibly important. Thank you for considering.
Thank you. Next speaker is Bill Lee.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, I want to thank Adam for a very good presentation. I just want to highlight a few points. To me, Santa Barbara is, of course, a beautiful city that cares about its appearance. But in a lot of the older neighborhoods, the utility poles are a safety and a blighting influence. Other cities of comparable economics and demographics have successfully implemented utilities undergrounding through assessment districts. For the past 15 years, as far as I know, Santa Barbara has had no success. Your process is a daunting one. The flow chart has 24 boxes, and some of them require us to loop and loop again. We believe our team, with Adam and the Public Works cooperation and help, can get this project done. I am an economics consultant to cities and have worked with hundreds of cities in the American West and have actually formed assessment districts and have lived in neighborhoods similar to the Riviera that successfully formed the district, so we can get it done. The other issue of some concern to Adam is the exclusion of a property, 1402 Grand, that we erroneously included initially and had him reverse his vote after the official vote was taken. We've reformed the district to exclude that property. The only issue there is reconnecting his power from the overhead pole to the underground collection. And I have my attorney look at it. And I have a memo to you people, which I've sent, that says this district without that property is perfectly legal. So I would encourage you to do that. I have that attorney's letter with me if you want another copy. He was a graduate of Stanford Law School, had a 40-plus year practice in election law. Very respected lawyer. And the other point I want to emphasize is that in 20B projects, the Public Utilities Commission mandates that the utilities provider subsidize these assessment district projects in an amount equal to the replacement of the poles and wires that are overhead. Now, this subsidy, by preliminary estimates, can be as much as 42%. So when you see that cost up there, you should think about a substantial subsidy to the neighborhood, to the city, that cuts the project cost down to the property owners. And I do want to reinforce an issue Councilman Sneddon was concerned about. All of the costs that the city front ends will be recovered through the assessments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments, slips, or any comments online? Ms. Clerk.
There are no public comments.
Thank you very much. It's back to council. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So I really do want to thank Mr. Handel and also the neighborhood group led by Bill, William, Lee, and very motivated neighborhood to get this done. I think they've really demonstrated how this could be done. I think many of us have had the question of how can we get more utilities undergrounded. It's expensive. I do want to echo Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez's comments that I would love to see everything undergrounded in the whole city. It's safer, it's better for fire safety, better for wind events, all the way around. So it's really with gratitude to the neighborhood that you're willing to assess yourselves to have what really is a benefit for the community in a safer block. And I'm really hoping that this will go all the way through to the end and be completed. But I'd be really happy to make the motion to move this forward today.
Moved by Sneddon,
I'll second.
second by Friedman. And Mr. Friedman, you have a comment.
I just also want to echo the comments of my colleague, Councilmember Sneddon. And about 20 plus years ago when I was first started staffing at the county, one of the first projects I got put onto was the 20A, 20B project for Montecito. And some of you might remember that endeavor where there was the proposal to try to underground all the utilities in Montecito using a combination of 20A and 20B. And while I was first learning, this is when I first started, and so I learned a lot about public process, a lot about this program, and what it takes for both types of projects, but in particular having an engaged community doing a lot of the work themselves and coming together. So I know from that experience how much effort it took and the motivations behind it and the benefits that it'll bring. And so I really want to thank the neighbors there, the community up there, because it is a fire issue, among other things, and our staff are working with them and bringing this forward, and agree that if there are 20A funds available, they might be used in some of our higher density areas where there's a lot of power lines. So that's another discussion in the future, so glad to second the motion.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Yeah, I just remembered, I have a friend who is an engineer for the city of San Diego, and her specific position is the undergrounding of all the power lines in the city. And she had shared with me that there was some sort of state or government funding to underground a lot of different cities throughout the state, and that Santa Barbara either turned it down or repurposed that money. Does that sound familiar to you? I don't remember the specifics. I can reach out to her and get those specifics.
Councilmember Gutierrez, I do know that San Diego is served by San Diego Gas and Electric, and that they have some slightly different programs than what Southern California Edison and PG&E do. But I'd be happy to follow up on the information that you have.
Okay, and when it comes to looking at the rest of the city, what kind of recommendations would you have for a process like that?
Councilmember Gutierrez, I think what the state is talking about regarding Rule 20A is the balance between the aesthetic nature of the program and the wildland fire nature of the program. And I think cities across the state are advocating for continuing some type of ratepayer-funded Rule 20A kind of aesthetic program. But there's also a discussion about the utility-initiated undergrounding that I don't think Edison is prepared to talk about today. But just the need for having that dedicated funding via the ratepayer funds to continue with undergrounding in commercial areas that qualify for 20A. Because some of the other neighborhoods that may not be able to be assessed, their only avenue is a ratepayer funded program.
Okay.
All right, thank you. If there are no further comments, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Madam Clerk?
Motion by Councilmember Sneddon and seconded by Councilmember Freeman to approve the staff recommendation. Councilmember Harmon, can you please state your vote?
Yes.
Vote unanimous with Jordan absent. Okay, we have to take a small translator break right now, and I know you guys have to set up for the appeal. So we're going to be back here in 15 minutes. Thank you. going to call this back to order. This is an appeal of a single-family design review board decision, and we have a certain process we have to follow. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding, so it'll go along these lines. There'll be a presentation by staff to begin with, and then we'll have a presentation by the appellant, and that will be 20 minutes, and that 20 minutes can be used all at once. The part you don't use, you can reserve for rebuttal or other comment. And then that'll be followed by the presentation by the applicant, and then city staff will get a chance to weigh in and/or correct if information is given. And after that, we will have other public comments as speaker slips have been filled out for. They're neither part of neither team, but just want to weigh in on that situation. Once again, you can use your 20 minutes to have people that are neighbors, whatever, comment within your 20 minutes if they're a part of your team. Otherwise, this is general public comment. I'm going to start out by asking my colleagues if I have any ex parte disclosures to make. Ms. Harmon? I doubt if she does. She's been home with the child, so.
None.
Okay, thank you. All right, very good. So we're going to keep the time up here, and like I said, once again, once you're either you have the 20 minutes to use in the order you'd like to, like I say, reserve time for further comment or rebuttal from what the opposition says. So with that, we will start out with staff presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Holly Garson, an Assistant Planner with the Community Development Department, and I'm the current staff liaison to the Single Family Design Review Board Full Board projects. The purpose of this item is to review an appeal of a Single Family Design Board decision or SFDB approval. The project located at 1269 Farello Road was granted project design approval by the SFDB on January 17th, 2023, and was subsequently appealed by Rose Wills, Charlie Boss, Derek Booth, and Michael Marzola, who are neighbors in the immediate vicinity of the project. Today, Council will decide the appeal in the exercise of its independent judgment based on the record of the proceedings of the SFDB. This is just a quick snapshot of the design purview of the SFDB. They're looking at neighborhood compatibility and considering how to minimize privacy impacts. The subject parcel is currently developed with a non-conforming 2,758 square foot, two-story single-unit residence and a non-conforming detached 474 square foot, two-car garage. The residence and garage are non-conforming because these structures encroach into the required setbacks. The project proposes a substantial redevelopment of the residence and garage to construct a conforming 3,699 square foot, three-story, single-unit residence, including a south-facing second-story deck and a third-story balcony, and a conforming 442 square foot attached garage. The new residence and garage are conforming because the encroachments into the setbacks are being removed. The proposal also includes permitting the as-built conversion of floor area at the existing basement level to habitable space, a new driveway and curb cut, installing photovoltaic infrastructure, a new pool, and updating hardscape and landscape. To the left is a street view of the project location, and to the right is an aerial view. The parcel is approximately 0.23 acres with an average slope of 29% and is located in the Hillside Design District. On the left is a street view of the front of the existing residence as seen from Farello Road. On the right is a photo of the rear of the existing residence and backyard. Note the topography slopes downhill. Many of the homes on the lower side of Farello Road appear as one story from the street and then follow the natural grade on the lot, which presents as multiple stories as viewed from the rear of the residence below. This is the proposed north elevation from the street. This view is a little deceiving because the new driveway leads straight to the garage here, and this story below is actually below grade. This is the proposed west elevation. Thank you. If you were looking at this site from the neighboring structure of Merritt, the Moody residence. Just to orient you, we have a new driveway from the street, again leading to the garage. There's privacy screening for the third story near the balcony here. And then this extension here is only roof area to the lower story. This is the proposed south elevation. You can see this is a three-story structure. This is the proposed east elevation. Here you can see the three defined stories. The project was reviewed by the board on 3 occasions and received project design approval on January 17, 2023. Voluntary story poles were installed on November 28, 2022. The SFDB requested the project be studied in response to design, privacy, and neighborhood compatibility concerns from the neighbors and to address comments from the board. As a response, the applicant modified the proposed project each time the project returned to the board, including addressing the encroachments into setbacks, height, maximum floor area, project siting, landscaping, and massing. The appeal issues brought forth are that the project does not comply with the single-family residence design guidelines, and the project does not meet the required neighborhood preservation findings, specifically compatibility, and the good neighbor guidelines regarding privacy. The appellants have also expressed concerns over massing and height, and they contend that the project is not compatible with the identified historic resource adjacent to the project and other resources in the immediate vicinity of the project. In response to neighborhood and board concerns and comments, the project was revised to remove mass and bulk, reduce the floor to lot area ratio, and remove non-conforming square footage in the setbacks. Here is the proposed site plan, and the footprints of the adjacent residences are identified on this plan. The SFDB found that the proposed development is compatible with the neighborhood, and its size, bulk, and scale are appropriate to the site and neighborhood. The guidelines encourages development not to exceed 85% FAR. The board was able to make the necessary findings because the applicant reduced the project's FAR from 88% to 84% to achieve an appropriate building scale for the lot size. The board also appreciated that all existing non-conforming square footage within the setbacks are being removed to construct a conforming residence. The square footage being removed is identified here on this slide in yellow. This reduced extra bulk nearest the easterly and westerly neighbors. Further, in response to neighborhood and board concerns and comments, the project was revised to lower the overall residence height and reduce plate height. Here's the proposed front elevation rendering. This is the front-facing street facade view of the garage. To the right, you can also see the roof of the neighboring historic resource at 1277 Farello Road. The board was able to make the necessary compatibility findings because the applicant reduced the height so that the project would read as 1 story from Farello Road, making the design comparable to other homes on the low side of the street. The height reduction is reflected with the red dash line being the original design. The proposed residence is approximately 6 feet taller than the existing residence, and the board found this acceptable. The maximum overall height of the residence is 29 feet and 10 inches, which is under the maximum allowable height for this zone. Here again is the west elevation. You can see the area of massing here that was removed from the garage to reduce the height as viewed from Farello Road. The SFDB acknowledged that the applicant proposed to retain portions of the existing structure for their development, which allowed the applicant to avoid excess grading on the lot. The board noted in their motion for approval that the development maintains a scale and form that steps down the hillside and will blend with the hillside by minimizing the visual appearance and height of the residence. The board determined that the proposed structure steps down in grade, is appropriate to the site, and is designed to avoid visible scarring and does not significantly modify the natural topography of the site. Here is a south to north building section. You can see the driveway leading to the 1-story garage. Again, the area in red is the height reduction and the massing that no longer exists. The partial 3rd story element bumps up slightly in height, and this occurs approximately 50 feet from the front property line. The appellants contend that the project poses consistency issues with the single-family residence design guidelines and that the project is not compatible with the neighborhood. The design guidelines are a tool intended to help design structures that are compatible with the neighborhood and to be sensitive with respect to size, placement, and architectural appearance. The SFDB is tasked with ensuring that development is compatible in design in material and in size, bulk, and scale with the surrounding neighborhood. Here's the approved proposed landscape plan. The Good Neighbor Guidelines address consideration for designing projects and being mindful of neighbors with respect to privacy, noise, landscaping, and lighting. Prior to project design approval, the applicant voluntarily invested in the installation of story poles for public viewing in order to help the neighbors visualize the project. New landscaping is proposed throughout the site and specifically focusing on the front and the interior property lines. The board granted project design approval, noting that the project had sufficient landscape screening to avoid lighting and privacy nuisances. At the approval hearing, the applicant presented a ground-level site plan design showing a rotated, more south-facing residence to minimize privacy impacts to the westerly neighbor's parcel. The previous proposed footprint is identified as the red dashed line facing more west on this slide. Here's a 3D comparison showing the rotated residence to be more south-facing and redirected away from the historic resource to the west. The board motioned that the project generally complies with the Good Neighbor Guidelines to the greatest degree possible by the moving of the massing in response to privacy concerns. The board requested that the number of windows be further reduced and the sill heights be raised where possible to satisfy adjacent neighborhood privacy concerns. Most of the glazing or the glass is south-facing, and the board stipulated that any large areas of glazing, specifically the entry stair that faces neighbors directly on the east or west, shall be diffused in nature through screening or use of translucent material. Lastly, the SFDB found the proposed second-story deck and third-story balcony met the Good Neighbor Guidelines for privacy as they are located more than 15 feet from the interior property lines. The appellants contend that the design's architectural style and size and bulk and scale are not compatible with the identified adjacent structure of merit and the additional historic resources within the immediate neighborhood of the project. Given the project's adjacency to a historic resource, the city's architectural historian provided the SFDB with a memo to assist in their evaluation of the required neighborhood preservation findings. The memo pointed to the Historic Resources Design Guidelines, Chapter 3.2 for new construction, which provides guidelines to ensure that patterns of development do not destroy the character of Santa Barbara's historic resources. The SFDB is tasked with ensuring a proposed project will enhance the appearance of the neighborhood and will be compatible with the neighborhood in size, bulk, and scale. Sensitivity to historic resources can be achieved in a number of ways, including but not limited to a project's siting and setbacks in context to the neighborhood, height, fenestration, and materials. Here are a few identified historic resources in the immediate vicinity of the project. On the left is the adjacent neighbor to the west, located at 1277 Farello Road. This house was designed by Harriet Moody in the English vernacular in 1936, and it is a designated structure of merit. On the right is 1255 Farello Road, a mid-century modern designated structure of merit. Here is 1234 Farello Road. It is a Spanish colonial revival historic resource. As you can see, there are a number of architectural styles that appear on Farello Road. From a CEQA standpoint, the city's architectural historian does not believe this project will alter, obscure, overshadow, or impact the integrity of the historic resource. She also thinks that the other historic resources on the site will still be able to convey their individual historic significance. Although this is her opinion, the SFDB has to make the determination. In preparation for the project design approval hearing, the applicant minimized the overall mass of the project, reducing the height by approximately 2 feet 11 inches, removing volume from the garage that faces Farello Road. The approved project reduced plate heights and is conditioned to further lower the second-story plate height by 1 foot from 11 feet 8 inches to 10 feet 8 inches.
The SFDB made the required neighborhood compatibility findings, citing that the development is consistent with the scenic character of the city and will enhance the appearance of the neighborhood. The board observed that the proposed structure will effectively read as a single-story residence from Farello Road, which continues development patterns on the Riviera, where the low side of the street are typically one-story and those above the street are typically taller. The board noted that there exists precedents in the neighborhood for varied architectural styles. By lowering the overall height of the project, the board determined that the project is compatible because it achieved a modest design that suits the existing neighborhood. Although they noted that the project is designed without the use of typical Santa Barbara materials, they found that the color and materials all are neutral and they blend in with the topography, and they are sensitive to the historic resource in the vicinity of the project site. Staff recommends that council consider the appeal. If council chooses to uphold the SFDB's approval of this project and deny the appeal, the neighborhood preservation findings, hillside design district and slope lot findings, and grading findings identified in attachment 4 of the council agenda report are required. If council cannot make those findings, then council may uphold the appeal and state the reasons why the findings cannot be made. This concludes staff presentation, and we are here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to council questions, is there anyone here from the SFDB that would like to speak as part of the staff presentation? Ms. Colas, would you, I noticed you also fill out a speaker slip, but if you'd like to speak now in conjunction with staff, or would you like to wait?
I'll stick around for questions.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, okay.
I don't know if this is on. My name is Leslie Colas. I serve as current chair of our 3-member board. Glad to see some applicants today, and boy, was the one correct in saying that you don't make friends as this position, in this position. I think the staff has generally memorialized what transpired very well. The applicants did do quite a bit of work to try to bring this in to conformance with setbacks as well as our guidelines. It was a challenging project. Farello Road, like many areas on the Riviera, tend to have a lot of historic, beautiful Mediterranean structures. And so I think one of our focuses on the board was to make sure that this would remain diminutive enough from the street or would be deferent to what was going on around it. There is a modernist home about three residences down the block, and so this was not necessarily precedent-setting in that sense. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, but I would just like to leave you with this. I hate to see appeals come before you. I clearly understand what our charge is. I think we would have probably had an appeal if this decision had been made the other way. And I think that's going to be the case more and more going forward. There's a lot of substantial redevelopment projects going on in residential projects these days. There's a lot of tear downs going on. And without more direct language in our guidelines about style, we are in a position that makes it difficult for us to hold the line. So this is a big community question. It's a broader issue that deserves broader attention, and I know there's a lot of conversations going on in the background about those things. Happy to answer any questions that you have when the time comes.
Yeah, if we ask a question, please bear in mind that we haven't heard testimony from the two sides yet, so let us not get into extended discussion of anything. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you for I have a question for you. Just thank you for your comments, and I'll reserve my other questions for later. But did the design board, did you do a site visit or as a notice meeting?
I personally did 2 site visits, and my understanding is the other board members did too. My site visits took place both during the time at which the story poles were in place. I got out of my car, I walked the neighborhood to view it from several different views. I actually asked the direct neighbor across the street if I could step onto their property and take a look at the impact that this would have from their front porch. And they allowed me to do that about halfway up their parcel. So yes, we did do that.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. This is a very genuine question that I just cannot wrap my head around, that it's repeated that it would be effectively read as a single-story structure from Farello Road. But the story poles look like it's 2 stories. Everything looks like it's 2 stories. It's that many feet taller. I can't understand how it will read. Is it filling in the driveway? If you could help me understand.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Snedden, just to respond to that, the story poles were installed during the concept review, so it was not, so the project has been altered so that it'll be reduced, and I'm sure the applicant can explain a little bit more. So the story poles do not reflect what was approved for project design approval.
Okay, that's a very important distinction there. And so that single story, is it at the current single story location, or is it that 3rd story that's going on top of that?
So I might ask staff to pull that up. So essentially, the proposed residence is going to be approximately 6 feet taller than the existing residence. But the thing to note is that you'll see here on the very left is the driveway. There's a new driveway that's being proposed, and just imagine driving a car straight into the building. That first, story, that level is what's seen from the street. That is what should be 6 feet taller than the existing development. But you'll notice from the front lot line to the 3rd story element, that little bump up right there, thank you for pointing that out, that's approximately 50, a little over 50 feet from the front lot line. So that little portion bumps up a little bit. And so but ultimately, the perspective drawing, if you're standing on the street, if I could ask Ms. Garson to go back to that slide.
So that 3rd story in this slide is not visible from Farello?
So I'm going to go back to the rendering.
And I apologize, I do keep trying to make sense of it, and I can't quite.
So this is the rendering that was prepared by the applicant. And so this is, again, if you're standing on the street, this is what you would be seeing.
And is this, the grade of that driveway is now flush with the street, but at site visit, it's depressed
Right,
and
it's
down?
it's a new driveway. So the grading would have to be filled in order to create a path for the cars to travel. So it's a different, it's if you go now to the site section, the east elevation, I'm sorry, or east elevation.
And I appreciate you taking the time on this, because I really can't frame the rest of the conversation until I...
Actually, if you go back to the site section, I'm sorry.
And so the driveway is filled up to
yes,
street
so to the right
level.
of the screen, you're going to see the driveway. So imagine just driving a car straight into that garage. If you can, that white void that Holly's pointing to, or Ms. Garson's pointing to, is the garage. And then below that, that is the element that you see from the street.
Now.
You can see that little bump up next to the garage. That is 50 feet from the front lot line. So that little 3rd story element, that bump up, is the only, again, it's pushed back visually 50 feet. So we have, the SFDB had the rendering that the applicant prepared to show what the perspective will be from the street.
Okay, I'm just going to ask one more question, then thank you. So what are the lines that go up above there that say XA and XC up above? What is that?
That just shows different sections. So that points to different areas on the plan where there's more detail
But is
up
that
above.
a story, or is that a deck?
No,
or
it's,
is that-
it might be better for the applicant to respond to that question, but essentially, the applicant has prepared these elevations, or I'm sorry, these sections, and to show the different distances between or kind of the distances from certain points on this
That's okay,
on
so
this
that's
sheet.
not a story. So then, if you could
So
just.
if I can point to the stories, maybe this is going to help. So
And
it's
before we get too far along, not to interrupt you, we're going to have testimony from both sides. We're going to come back to staff for final detailed questions and rebuttal. So I'd like to kind of limit this part if we can.
Okay, I just really need to be
Yeah,
able
please-
to.
please
I'm
do.
sorry, yeah, it's just,
So
it's just this one question about where, could you run your mouse along where the current driveway level is? It's down,
It's going to be further down.
so the structure that's there now is equivalent to that, this one?
So the lower level
Yeah.
is using, there's portions of the lower level that will be maintained and not this, although the majority of the existing structure will be demolished, there are portions of the existing foundation that will remain, so that lower level. To kind of explain this a little bit more, where the garage currently is, we've been saying how that reads as one story. That's the SFDB's opinion and from the motion. But the way that we measure stories and the way we measure height is very much defined in our code, municipal code. So then you start to count the third story, if you move your mouse all the way to the left. That's the third story, and if you go down a level, that's the second story, or I'm sorry, I'm going second story, and then down below, that's the first story. But it's confusing because when you're looking at it from the street, you're actually looking at something that's attached to that third story, but it reads as one story from the street.
Got it. And then just one last. So the current door right now, the current front door, is that on the second story on this figure?
I'm a little hesitant to answer that question without the applicant.
Understood. I can ask
input,
later.
Because generally, we're looking at proposed structures, and so I just want to make sure that that they might be best to answer that.
Okay, thank you so much.
And with that, we'll go to interested party testimony. So we're going to start out with the appellant, and once again, you'll have 20 minutes. Mr. Mingus will be keeping the time, and what time you don't use, you may reserve for comment or rebuttal later on. So when you're ready to go, please let us know. And it'd be nice to her, she is keeping your time.
I'll be using this mic.
Okay, is that fine? Okay.
Oh, yeah. So we'll just wait for the presentation. Oh, there we go. Marvelous. Thank you very much to speak with you today. I'm really honored to be here on behalf of our neighbors. I'd like to highlight for you the two fundamental findings of the Single Family Design Board that were based on misleading, misrepresented, or outright erroneous representations that were entered into the record and which led them to the decision that we're now appealing to you. I'm just going to list them here, and then we'll walk through each one of them in more detail. First, the applicant's neighborhood comparisons are deceptive because they're comparing two different things and claim they're the same. Every house except the subject property is assigned its gross square footage, but the proposal is represented only by its net square footage. Secondly, the visual representations of size, bulk, and public views are demonstrably inaccurate and grossly understate the impact of the current proposal on public views, neighborhood compatibility, and privacy. So we'll get back to Councilman Snedden's question in a little bit. Okay, here's the exhibit. It's actually one of several pages. The applicant looked at 233 houses in the neighborhood. Here's their neighborhood. Whoops, and there it is. Here's the neighborhood that they defined. And in it, they tallied, I'm not sure why we're blinking. In it, they tallied every residence square footage, accessory square footage, what they call total net area, et cetera, et cetera. These are the top 16. The proposal is down there at number 16. It's worth just pointing out that on this, there are actually 5 houses on the APS or even above the APS, not really what we in the neighborhood think of as our neighborhood. But let's move on. Let's move to one that is in our neighborhood. This is 1314 Farello Road. It's a large house. It was approved not too long ago. It was not appealed to the council. And here it is, number 8 on the hit list. And so the question that we had is, where did they come up with 233 individual square foot renderings? And the answer is, as it turns out, from the Santa Barbara County Assessor's Office. So here's a screenshot of the assessor's property information, and you can see where the numbers come from, right? Primary residence, perfect match, garage, perfect match. And they add up to be what is listed as the total net floor area. The problem, of course, is that this is not the net floor area. This is not reduced by half for a daylight basement. It's not reduced by the area of interior walls. It's just the assessor's gross measurement of the building. However, that is not the case here. The subject property is giving us the total net area, and we can see that because here's a blow-up of their January 2023. And you can see the gross area. This is not a 3,300 square foot house. This is almost a 5,000 square foot house. And that's the number that we need to make these comparisons on. Okay, when we do that, when we disconnect our laptop, here's what it looks like. Building size on the lower horizontal axis, lot area on the vertical. This is all 233 properties that they compiled with the real gross footage of that house. And you'll see, yes, there are 2 properties in this entire quarter-mile neighborhood that are larger. So let's look at them. Here's 1303 Farello. It sits on a lot that's more than twice as large. It's settled down in a swale. It is 50 feet from one neighbor. It's 100 feet from the other neighbor. Probably not compatible. Here's the other one. Oh, it's a 4-unit multifamily property down on Carrillo Drive. It's listed as having 9 separate bedrooms and a different residential zone altogether. Also, probably not comparable. Here's what us in the neighborhood think is our neighborhood, Farello Road, going past the property, Rubio Road right above it. This is how it sets up there. Again, it's on the order of double the size of the average lots. It's actually, at the average property, it's actually 3 to 4 times larger than the smallest. Now, of course, so we just have to give it a proper icon. Now, the applicant complained that we were not defining our neighborhood correctly, and so they came back with the 20 nearest neighbors. No problem. We can look at that too. And here it is, but again, we have to look at the gross area if we're comparing across these houses, because that's what every other total there is. And what does that look like? Well, you know, it actually looks pretty much the same. This is a property that is, this is a proposal that is on the order of double or more every other property in the neighborhood on a lot that is very similar in size. And if you prefer to see this spatially, so the horizontal now is how far we are from 1269 Farello. The size is over there on the vertical. And again, you get the idea for even the 20 nearest neighbors. Okay, so it's a question, I think, what's the size of the existing house that's there right now? So again, we will go to the assessor's documented gross building area, because that's really all the only number we can trust. And we can check by looking at the clone of this house, which is 2 doors down. You'll see it's a little bit smaller because the garage is a little bit smaller. And you can see that that total number from the assessors is exactly the number that the applicant uses to characterize the size of this building. So Let's see how that looks up here. There it is. So this is not a property that, as the applicant's letter to you said, adds 1,037 square feet of area. This is a proposal that adds almost 2,500 square feet of gross area. It's basically doubling the size of the house that's there now. Okay, so now I want to go to the minutes of the board hearing itself so that we can really dive into what the board found. And so I'm going to show you a set of the comments, the findings of the board, and we'll just see what they look like. So here's the first one. Complies with the hillside design guidance because it steps down with a roughly parallel topography. I'm not an architect, I'm a geologist, but that is not roughly parallel to my eye. The topography goes down, the building goes up. Sure, eventually at the back it's got to come back down, it's got to end somewhere. But this is not a parallel structure. The applicant was encouraged to have an open, productive dialogue. I think you may have seen this petition from a number of our residents. Actually, most of that side of the hall is filled with some of them today, not all of them. It's fair to acknowledge that there was, of the 25 public letters at the hearing, there was one letter that was supportive, but I just want to point out that you have to walk half a mile down Garcia to get to the people who wrote that supportive letter. How does this property read as a one-story property? There are the story poles, there's the mass. This is a view from the street. This is a view from Farello Road, not a Photoshop mock-up. And yes, the front area is now down 2 feet 11 inches. The back is not changed at all. This does not read like a one-story property to us either. We really don't understand that. Okay, the proposed development, this is key. The proposed development is compatible with the neighborhood in bulk, size, and scale. Okay, we've already seen some of that. This is not our concept of compatibility. When a property comes in, when a proposal comes in, that is literally twice the size of the average and almost every other building in the neighborhood. These are the 20 closest, right? It's not our neighborhood, it's their definition. And now we come to this picture. We'll revisit this picture, and I appreciate that it was brought to your attention earlier by the staff. Thank you very much. Okay, size, bulk, and scale. Let's talk about the scale for a minute. That's a 9-foot-high garage opening. I have never seen another 9-foot-high garage opening in the lower Riviera. That's what it looks like when you actually put some scaled figures there. Not only will it hold a Tesla, it will actually hold a Sherman tank. Okay, let's talk about the Good Neighbor Guidelines with regard to noise, lighting, and privacy. Here's the view from 1265 Farello. And here's kind of a fun fact. The owners of 1265 put a deck in 2016, and the Single Family Design Board required them to put an 8-foot solid privacy wall to block the view into the neighboring yard. This leaves us really wondering what has happened since then. Okay, and here, of course, is the view from 1277 Farello. There's really not a lot of privacy there to talk about. Okay, let's talk about this, and we're back to this. It preserves significant public scenic views expected to be visible over the top of the new structure. This was the view that was given to the Single Family Design Board. The staff put it up not too long ago. We don't understand that because when we walk out onto Farello Road, like this person did right when the Google map view people were driving down the road, when you're standing there and sort of looking up so your eye skims the top of the story poles where the white arrow is, your sightline sails off into space. The mesa is not 3,000 feet high. So how do we explain that? Well, this was a photograph that was provided to the Single Family Design Board in the December hearing. It was taken, you can see from the roof, this was taken from the patio of the cross-the-street neighbor, about 25 feet above street level. Okay, watch the power lines because they haven't gone anywhere. This is a photoshopped view, but it's not a photoshopped view of street view. So no offense, but that is not the street view. This is the view from 25 feet up on the other side of the street, and the power lines show that. That's what the hearing board saw, and that's what led them to this conclusion, that the views will somehow be preserved. Now, you, in your April submittal, got a new version of that photograph. It's a little more realistic. I can't tell you, we don't know if it's actually sitting on the street, but it's clear that that view is gone. That view is not there because the prior photograph was not real. Okay, are we just kind of making something of nothing? Well, I want to show you how that photograph was presented during the single-family design board hearing. And thanks very much to City TV for actually making a recording of it and putting it on YouTube. So here's a screenshot of that. We're going to walk through a few key moments there. You can watch the counter down there as I step through this. So this, on the screen, the applicant's architect said, "I feel we have been very successful at doing what you asked us to do, which is to make the house appear as a one-story house as viewed from the street." All right, as viewed from the street, not 25 feet up in the air on the neighbor's patio across the street. So that's what was submitted to the hearing board, and that was the basis of their decision. That's what you saw in the last week submitted to you, and nobody else has ever seen that before. This is the real street view, okay? That's what it actually looks like. And if that reads like a one-story house, I don't know who's going to live there. It's big. Okay, there's also been comments about the contemporary flat-roofed houses in the neighborhood. It's true. There are 3 of them that we're aware of in those 233 houses. And this is one of them, 1255 Farella Road. It's a beautiful house. You can see from the Tesla that fits in its garage that it actually is of human scale. It steps down. It is actually, even the top level is below the level of the street. Here's the other one, 917 Paseo Farello. Again, it's lower than the street. It's lower than the neighboring houses. Fun fact, it was designed by the same architect as the current proposal. And if we're going to get a contemporary house in our neighborhood, can we please have one of those? Okay, a couple of things for the 4 of you who were at the site visit yesterday. Thank you very much for coming out. I want to just touch on a couple of things that we heard said during that, and this just the casual back and forth, to make sure that we're all on the same page here. So I'm going to just show you, first of all, this came from the applicant's submittal to you last week, so we're not making any of this up. Okay, so the next slide, we're going to look at first the street side. I heard it said by, I think the staff, maybe the applicant, the garage will be at street level. No, the garage will be above street level. The garage is up a portion of a foot to as much as 4 feet above street level because Farella Road goes down and we don't build our garages tipped. Also, there's been obviously a lot of confusion about the structure is 6 feet higher than existing. Okay, the structure is not 6 feet higher everywhere. The structure is 8 feet 4 inches above the garage, which is where we were all standing when that was first stated. The height of the main 3rd floor is actually over 10 feet higher than the garage. It really only applies when we get to the back of the house, and there's that 6 foot 4 inches, no question about it. We were also talking while we were standing on that patio about, well, how does this patio that we're standing here on the 2nd floor relate to the 3rd floor deck that will be constructed? It'll be a few feet higher than the existing eaves. That is true. But it was also a comment that, and you know, it's going to be way back toward the street. It's going to be 15, 19 feet back toward the street. No, it'll be 7 feet back from the street, and you can see that from the plans. Excuse me, back from the back edge of the existing house. Okay, I also want to dive into a few things that were mentioned in the letter to the council that was provided to you a week ago. I'm going to just kind of condense those key 4 comments. We totally agree. This is the issue. Okay. The neighborhood has smaller and larger homes than what's proposed? No, I'm sorry. It has only smaller homes than what is proposed. And we've seen that. We can do that. We just have to get the right numbers. And lastly, the FAR calculation is ubiquitous because it's objective and compares apples with apples. Yes, we should compare apples with apples, not 19 houses, gross square footage, and 1 house with its net square footage. We got to do it the same everywhere. So, in summary, we were called self-interested, noisy NIMBYs. But I really don't think that's true. As the applicant has been quick to point out, there were a number of houses in the surrounding neighborhood that have undergone substantial redevelopment over the past years, and we have never filed an appeal before this council. Why this one, our first? It's because it's so grossly out of scale that even the least noisy and least self-interested of our neighbors cannot believe that it will be allowed to progress in its current form. And we hope you agree with us. Thank you.
Okay, you had the time recorded. You have 1:49 left on your account.
Thank you.
We will move then to the applicant's presentation.
Why don't you get set up so we don't start to talk?
Just let us know when you're ready to start.
Thank you. Tom, are you ready? Will you be ready to go? Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. I'm Janet McGinnis, representing Mr. Comerford, who's the owner and applicant. And with the limited time allotted, I'm going to very happily and necessarily defer to Mr. Weber, Dan Weber, the architect, with Tom Moss, the 2 architects from Anacapa Architects who are here today to go through with a presentation to explain this project to you. Additionally, our landscape designer, Ms. Katie Klein, is here. Ms. Klein sits on the design board and recused herself, as she had to, but was there for all 3 hearings and was there to answer all questions and concerns about landscaping and screening. And she'll be here to answer any questions you'll have about her landscape design and the use of landscaping for privacy screening. I think a few prefatory comments are needed, and I'm going to just offer a few. It's important to remember this project didn't get to the board until it had been submitted in January of 2022 and then went through almost 9 months of rigorous staff review of the application until your very thorough staff decided it was complete and suitable for going to the board. Once it got to the hearings, it went through 3 design review hearings. And significant changes were made to this project, and I really think, having listened to the presentation, well-meaning as it is, they just don't understand the project. And I, too, have problem understanding these designs, and I think Mr. Weber will do a much better job of explaining and answering your questions. But a few points need to be made. We are stuck with the enacted, noticed, published codes of this city. Applicants, owners of property have the right to rely on our codes and rely on our processes. And it's not neighbors who design projects or decide things like FAR calculations. The FAR is a ubiquitous calculation used throughout this county and used all over the state because it's an objective calculation. I'll let Mr. Weber explain why applicants just misunderstand how you do a FAR calculation, and I trust that staff, in their 9 months of scrutinizing of this project and being there for all 3 hearings, knew how to calculate properly the FAR for this house. It's an 84% FAR. In my letter, and I'm not going to repeat it, I hope you've read it, I provided the key pages of the compatibility guidelines, which talk about the neighborhood. We didn't make up the neighborhood that was the FAR study. We did what the board required, and we did a neighborhood that is what your compatibility guidelines say is the neighborhood. We're stuck with the rules, and we've tried to follow them, and we encourage you to allow people with conforming designs that get through your scrutiny of your very talented staff and your hardworking, diligent boards, give them the benefit of appreciating they've spent a lot more time than this appeal hearing on this design, and they understand it. I want to also just remind you of a few basic facts. This is an appeal of an approval. It is de novo, but the appellants have the burden of proof. They haven't really provided any expertise. They have provided their interesting, and I can see the persuasive value of some of these arguments, but they're just not calculating FAR correctly, for example. I'll trust that you will rely on staff and you'll rely on them to meet their burden of proof before you would deny the approval that reflects the extensive process that this approval comes from. I also want to make a few basic points because I love making entities remember that our published codes are how we keep processes fair and noticed to everyone. Santa Barbara is a rigorous city to get a project through. I support that fully, but I also believe in the plain language of your ordinances. The appellant's notion that the historic resource design guidelines applies to this project are just wrong. New means something in the English language. Vacant land means something in the English language. This is not a property that is vacant. It's not a new house. It isn't appropriate or allowed to apply the historic resource design guidelines to this project. That's just not the case. Read those pages of Chapter 3, which you were provided from council. Read the policies that underlie the HRDG. They remind that the reason for the HRDG is if you have an historic resource like 1277, who got their historic designation after this project began, they are stuck with the design guidelines if they want to do anything to their property. And if you're building on a vacant lot next to an historic resource, you have to deal with the HRDG. And if you're in an historic design district, you have to deal with it. The Lower Riviera is not an historic designated district. Read your study, the Lower Riviera study that was done maybe 20 years ago. There's good reason the Lower Riviera will never be an historic designated district. It's a motley collection of beautiful, quirky, interesting homes, but it is not an historic design district. 4 doors away from this project is a beautiful mid-century modern flat-roofed house. Mr. Weber and Mr. Moss have designed another beautiful modern that the appellant showed you a picture of, very close by. I happen to like mid-century modern. I bought one. I live in one. Many of us like them. And I attached in my letter of April 4th to you a copy of the historic resource write-up on 1255, and it explains why throughout California and in Santa Barbara, mid-century modern is a very compatible design for the neighborhood. And with that, I don't want to take more of Mr. Weber's time, but I just would encourage you to realize that appellants have the burden of proof. Applicant, this project team has been through, this application was filed in January of 2022. We finally got project approval in January 17th. Within 10 days, the appeal was filed, and this is the first appeal hearing that could be given to us. It is time to allow this project to move forward. Mr. Comerford wants to build his dream home. He has a compliant design. He's taken a non-conforming 1956 unmaintained poor home that he doesn't want. It's an underdeveloped home for his standards, and he's building a compliant, conforming home that leaves more space on both sides for these neighbors. They have reoriented the house because the board asked them to and the neighbors asked for it. They've done so much to make the changes required, and they continue to show you a picture with story poles that reflect the initial submittal, not the existing design. I encourage you to listen to Mr. Weber, keep an open mind, and realize your boards and your staff are working very hard. As much as neighbors don't like change, the Lower Riviera has a lot of old homes that are going to be redone. And they're going to be done by published codes that are objective and subjective, but it's not fair to expect people to go through these processes and then wait longer, 4 months, for an appeal. I think it's time to let this project go forward. Thank you.
All right. I'll go pretty quick to try to make sure that we get through the major points in the time remaining. Dan Weber, architect for the project. So the only thing I want to point out here is this big existing tree that is between our property and the neighbor to the west. I'm sorry, the east. Again, the orientation towards existing conditions, I won't belabor because this has already been pointed out, how we've come into conformance with the areas that are encroaching into the setbacks. The proposed conditions showing the same conformance to the setbacks. Staff thoroughly pointed out that we started out at 88% FAR, and at the request of the Single Family Design Board, reduced it to below the guideline FAR of we're now at only 84% of the allowed FAR. Orientation to the lowest level, the basement level, the right side of the image is embedded in the hill. The bottom of the image shows how we have peeled the project back away from the property line. The current condition has windows on this property line which create a privacy concern. The proposed design eliminates any windows facing the neighbor to the east. The main building level, emphasizing this proposed building level is the existing level of the primary structure, and this footprint corresponds to the south-facing line of the current structure. This is the portion of the existing structure that's encroaching, that's being removed. And recall that the driveway, the existing driveway, which is now no longer a driveway, dives steeply from the street to the main building level. So the main building as it exists today is 1 story below street level, not at street level. The upper level, which now connects to the street, even to the street, is a very small footprint. This is the new garage and 1 new room located in the center of the property. This is the area of roof at the level below, which is not usable or accessible, as bizarrely indicated in the diagram that was shown to you in the last presentation. And the roof plan showing a flat roof with the photovoltaic array that we are required to plan for. This diagram again shows how the project is entered level with the street up at the highest portion of the property. Remember, the old driveway dives down right here to this portion of the house that's set back, as was pointed out, 50 feet from the property line. Diving into a few of the key findings that have been already discussed, I'll move through them very quickly. Conformance to setbacks, and again in the proposed condition, this portion, this elevation that faces the street shows that only the garage right here, which is a small garage, it's only about 10 or 10 and a half feet tall. That's a short structure with a flat roof. This is the part that is closest to the street. This part where the existing house is down at this level has a two-story component that's set far back from the street. And we'll show you in the landscape plan how we've proposed some trees to screen that component of the project. Happy to clarify that any further because I know there's a little bit of confusion there. So we've overlaid here the existing structure. This should clarify for you that the floor level of the main living level down here corresponds to the existing main living level. And this new garage is a level higher, so it is access to the street. Remember that steep driveway comes up and then the road climbs a little bit more. So we're entered nearly level with the street as you approach the garage. The living space ends at this grid line right here. Remember the chimney when we stood in the property adjacent to the west? You could see that chimney. This is where the end of the enclosed space. We have a very narrow outdoor space which is covered with screens to protect the privacy consideration from that upper level looking towards the west. The privacy considerations at the main living level are in the existing condition very well taken care of and will be enhanced in the proposed project. Zooming in on that garage's relationship to the street, so here's Farello Road, here's the proposed garage. From the street level, the driveway slopes up slightly to the garage. The top of the garage, the top of the roof of the garage is 11 foot 3 inches above street level. Okay. Clarifying the visualization that we did from the street, we did incorrectly show overhead lines as if they were visible. They're in fact not because they're on this side of the street. So we've worked really hard to update this, make sure it's accurate. This is Farello Road. We're showing where our camera view is set. This is the new proposed driveway. This is the garage, which is this narrow portion that's 1 story, 11 feet above the street. This is the portion of the site that dives down steeply, and the rest of the project is here set far back from the street. And again, that view, which is, we have worked very hard to make sure that is accurate, to make sure there's not a misunderstanding. The red line is the previously proposed design before our final SFDB hearing. The rendered portion is as approved by SFDB. This is street level right here is 11 foot 3 below the top of this structure. This is the portion that dives down, and you see the lower portion of the house in the back. The house actually steps down, mimicking the way the slope of the street steps down. I'll go through these slides really quick in the interest of time. I'll point out the efforts that we made to be sensitive to the context. Notice that our initial hearing, the proposed design was at our 10-foot setback as it relates to the neighbor to the west. When we came back for our next hearing, we peeled the mass back about 3 feet from that setback. That green shaded area is the reduced mass. And then we came back the next time, we actually rotated the mass, and these dimensions show you, the point was to try to get the most prominent part of the structure very far away from our neighbor and terrace back, pull our mass further away from our neighbor to the west. So this is about 18 feet from the property line, as this red dimension indicates, to the extent of the enclosed space. This is a very narrow deck located in the middle of the property. Existing privacy concerns. This is the second floor deck, which the neighbor to the east built that was discussed, and notice the lack of privacy screening between the two properties, a condition that we want to drastically improve at all levels. Only got 3 minutes left, so I'll try to go fast. We're showing our primary views with these black arrows from the main area at the upper level, and because we have multiple layers of privacy, screens both on the east side and privacy screens on the west side, rooftop plantings which are deep to provide another layer of privacy, and perimeter landscape privacy screening on both sides. We are very well protected. We don't want our neighbors to look up at us any more than they want us to look down at them. Our client definitely doesn't want to look down at the neighbors, so we've done extensive studies to make sure that those privacy considerations are taken into account at multiple levels. This is the big privacy tree, which is noted in the SFDB findings, which is important to retain. I'll go through the view angles, but just to point out in section that we have from the living space a fixed privacy screen, privacy plantings on both sides. The roof, because this structure is terraced back, the architecture creates a horizon below which you can't see. We have perimeter landscaping on our property line and a large tree that exists, providing another layer of privacy screening between us and our neighbor to the east. We've carefully studied the sight lines to make sure that we have considered those privacy concerns from all points of view, both our property towards them and vice versa. And likewise on the property to the west. We have a fixed privacy screen right here. We have a landscape privacy buffer, a horizon created by the architecture, and perimeter landscape screening to protect against that privacy. And we've taken those views into account carefully. I better fly through these. We are, in fact, remember the ridge here that we looked at from the neighbors, we are in fact 6'4" above and only a few feet above the top of that chimney. There seems to be a misconception that the neighborhood is largely or even predominantly a Spanish style. It's not. The neighborhood, as defined by the SFDB, is predominantly contemporary style, dominated by tract homes and modern homes with a wide and eclectic array of styles. Some of the immediate projects, this one at the top right being the structure of Merritt in the mid-century modern style, which we're inspired by, is immediately on our same side of the street, only a few houses down from our proposed project. The FAR, as recommended by the single-family design guidelines, making projects more compatible if they fall below 85%. The SFDB instructed us to strive for that and approve the project at 84% FAR. We have been consistent, as I'm sure the staff can add, with the staff's processes and methodologies for calculating FAR, which are in fact net areas, not gross areas, as was stated previously. The staff, I would be happy if they would further opine on that. We are 40th in FAR in the neighborhood. There's many houses in excess of 100% of the allowed FAR, the biggest being 138%. We're 84% of the allowed FAR.
All right, thank you, Mr. Weber. That's all of your time. And I'm sorry? No, thank you. The appellant has a minute 49 for any kind of rebuttal or comment you'd like to make, and then we'll go to staff.
Thank you. That should be plenty. Of course, we never disputed the applicant's FAR calculation for the applicant's property. The applicant used net square footage, and that's totally appropriate. We've also heard about landscaping, about contemporary houses, about dilapidated neighborhoods and dream houses. None of that matters because none of that is the subject of this appeal. There are only two issues. Did the applicant provide misleading or outright false information to the Single Family Design Board? And did that misinformation lead the board to an erroneous judgment regarding the project's scale and neighborhood compatibility? If so, then our only hope is your decision of avoiding a neighborhood transformation that is neither warranted nor needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that, we will go to staff for reactions to any of these materials presented, and then council will come and be asking you questions based on that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I just want to clarify that a couple of things. One is the SFDB is probably one of the most challenging boards to serve on because it's, as you can see, it's very difficult to review these projects. Unlike HLC in our El Pueblo Viejo district, there's a mandated style. So as Chair Collas mentioned in her comments, it's our design guidelines really are meant to support a variety of styles, and the SFDB looks at the mass, bulk, and scale. So really how I advise the Single Family Design Board and how I would advise you is, to what extent do you find this project acceptable? And we have the whole sequence in our staff report as an attachment of just kind of what the changes, how this project evolved. It is true, we have certain standards for how we measure height, what is considered a story, floor area, how to calculate the floor area ratio, because SFDB generally, the design guidelines have an 85% FAR sweet spot. So that's oftentimes what architects will propose to try to get there. And so I think we always are looking at the net floor area in terms of our measurements and in our staff reviews. And I can just clarify that we did do a very rigorous zoning review for this project multiple times, every time the applicant would submit. So we can confirm that it meets all the zoning standards of height, floor area, and all the calculations are accurate there. So that's my comment for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go to council for questions. Starting with Ms. Gutierrez.
This question's for the applicant. So I've heard all of the staff reporting and your representatives and the architects, but I actually want to talk to the applicant. I want to know why you're doing this project. Like, what does it mean to you? Are we allowed to ask the applicant, like the owner of?
It's your question.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Gutierrez. Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Hi, yeah. I've been out of California for about 17 years. And during the pandemic, it was my dream to come back and spend time with my family, who've been part of this community for just about 40 years, have been pillars of this community, involved in this community, and I've been spending time here since I was a child. Very fortunate to say that. So choosing to come back is not something that I took lightly. I'm coming to put down roots and spend time in a community that I love.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Snedden.
Thank you. I'm not sure who the question is for, but I think I now understand what my misunderstanding is, and I just want to be sure. So from where the current garage level is, it's going to be an additional story above that, but that new story above that is level with street level.
I think that, yes, that's an accurate understanding.
So if we're comparing it to where the roof line is now, it's going to appear a story taller. So story poles would look like they were going to be, I realize those story poles that were shown were from the initial proposal and they've been adjusted, but the height of that isn't too far off.
So Councilmember Snedden, my understanding is that the proposed development, as it was approved, is 6 feet, approximately 6 feet higher than the structure. And yes, in terms of your understanding is correct that if you just draw a line, a plane straight out from the street, it will appear, you'll have one story from that, that surface.
So that has to be filled.
So it has to be, yes.
And then it's one story above that.
And if we look at this section, we can pull up a site section that helps illustrate what's happening below that. But as the applicant pointed out, there is a pretty steep grade to get down to that driveway.
And then when you're measuring heights for SFDB, You're measuring it from where? Street level?
So building height is measured from every point on top of the building or roof, below to all the connecting points where existing or finished grade, whichever is lower. So there is, I think we have, you can see, let's see, it's really hard to read that from here.
We have it on our screens here in front of us too, as you know.
Speak to that right now.
Mayor Rouse, through you to council member. So yes, as the design review supervisor mentioned, height is measured from existing or finished floor, whichever is lower. And the bottom floor here, forgive me, it's a little hard to read, but I believe it is 9'2". And then we go up to this middle section here. It's 11 feet 8 inches, but conditioned to be reduced to 10 feet 11 inches. That's here. The top story here is 9 feet.
And so we might be able to pull up an image, but essentially once you establish whatever's lower, whether it's finished, the existing or finished grade, you draw, let's say you're on a hillside, you draw a straight line up to the roof, the tallest point of the roof, and that's how height is measured. But height will be adjusted if you look at it through a section, depending on, the hillside and basically however the proposed development looks. So at the tallest point, this project is 29 feet 10 inches. And our zoning standard is the maximum is 30 feet in this zone.
Okay. So I think this is really the crux of my question, is if it's either current or finished grade, that grade is a story different from where it is now versus what it's going to be from the street. If that driveway is going to be filled in, and to be clear, I
don't know if I'm
nefarious and nobody's made miscalculations. I'm just trying to understand. So current grade being where the current driveway.
It's very different. So I think if we could go back to, and the applicant, I don't know if we might ask him to pull up if they have their plans with the height calculation. That would show all the different height calculation points along the way. I don't know if we have that in our presentation.
I guess this really is the bottom line question for me. If you can increase grade level to be a story higher than it was and then add stories on top of that, that seems to me very different.
So the way that this is measured is, again, it's a little bit confusing, but essentially we're kind of following the hillside. It's not, that structure from the street is going to be a lower calculation than when you get to the higher portions where where the slope is lower. So the tallest point of this structure, as it's measured by the zoning code, and those measurements, is going to be the 29, if we can point out the 29 feet, 10 inches. So can you state that, please?
Yes. So it would be measuring from around here on the grade up to the top of the roof line here. Discounting this chimney is not counted toward height, and that brings you to the 29 feet 10 inch.
So the building is actually lower towards the street because of, again, just how we measure building height as following the code. So it kind of, it depends on where the roof is. If the roof line starts to go up and down, and then we're looking at the grade, whatever is the lower point of existing or finished grade, and then we're kind of looking at the roof. So that measurement of building height starts to change. And so it's really undulating throughout this project. I think one other, well, I'll stop there if that,
Okay.
I don't know if that helps.
It does. I think I understand now why it's going to be so much taller than it currently is, because it's really becoming 2 stories from where the current grade is, I think.
I think I would just, I want to make sure that, again, it's like if we were just to draw a plane out from the street, there is a slight incline and there's a story that you can expect to see based on this. So this is the evidence that the SFDB had, and I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. So just a few questions. Could you speak to the issue of the FAR calculations? I understand that the way that it was calculated by staff, I accept that that's the practice that got it below the 85, the net, but I'm just interested in, since it was such an integral part of the appeal, all the other ones in gross, and does that affect what we can consider or not?
Mr. Mayor, through you to Councilmember Friedman. The SFDB has the ability to request additional materials if they don't feel like they have sufficient information to make any kind of neighborhood compatibility. They need more neighborhood context. So over the course of this project and the multiple hearings, the SFDB requested additional materials, and the applicant provided those materials and everything that you have in your packet. Generally, the burden falls on the applicant to pull all of that information together, and we take it, and staff doesn't follow up on those calculations for those supplemental items. Our duty and our task is to make sure that we're reviewing the proposed development and that we are looking at it to make sure that it complies with all the zoning regulations and meets the floor, that we're, first of all, that we're calculating floor area. This project had a lot of back and forth with zoning staff regarding the height and given all the grading and the differences. And so that was very much scrutinized, and same thing with the FAR calculation. We generally, as I mentioned in our zoning code, and we can pull it up on screen, there's specific definitions for how we measure this. And so you can start to see that there are that we measure floor area, it's defined in the code, and there are certain aspects that are excluded from it, such as below grade. So there are certain considerations when it's defined, and so that's what staff is looking at. So we have to measure that and verify that before any project is scheduled for project design approval. And so for in terms of the assessor parcel data, generally that's one way to find information to get a sense of what's happening and what's, what development is on different parcels. There are alternatives, some that could be a year-long research project to pull plans for every single project. So again, that's a pretty standard tool for applicants to use to submit information to the SFDB and our other design boards.
So in terms of the project, our purview is looking at the FAR and whether it's the 85% threshold or not, or exceeds it or not. And I'm just trying to understand, because we also have in cases the ability to look at size, bulk, and scale. And I'm just trying to understand because what was presented up there was a little confusing to me, because it seemed to show that the house was twice the size of every other house within the neighborhood. And so I'm just trying to understand that aspect of it, and whether or not the 85% is what we should be considering, or size, bulk, and scale.
Yes, Councilmember Friedman, so both. We brought up this purview slide. So really the SFDB's purview is to look at neighborhood compatibility, the neighborhood preservation findings that are looking at development that's compatible with the neighborhood in size, bulk, and scale. And then within our SFDB design guidelines, there's a whole, it maps out what kind of that 85% sweet spot. And it doesn't mean you can't go over 85%. It just means that that tends to be a sweet spot, again, that the board likes to see, that generally kind of gets you to more acceptable designs, again, from a discretionary review process. So it doesn't mean that you can't go over. I think sometimes, well, for this particular project, it did come down. The mass, the bulk and scale were reduced. There were non-conforming elements that were brought into conformance, and the FAR percentage was reduced, and that's how the SFDB got to their decision.
Just two more questions. In terms of the story polls, the original story polls didn't reflect, I just want to fully understand, didn't reflect the reduction in the size of the, so when we went and looked at it at the site visit and we're looking at from the street out, that is, the story polls would not be reflective of what we would have seen. It would have been reduced by how many feet?
Yes, Councilmember Friedman. So the story polls were of the previous design that was still in the design, like the conceptual design phase. The applicant, although the SFDB did not request it, the applicant installed story polls at their expense in order to try to help the neighbors visualize the context, and as well as the board. And then, but that is not a 100% accurate of what was approved at project design approval, because that has been reduced over time.
Thank you. And my last question.
And if I may, we do have our attachment at the very, I'm trying to think which attachment number. It is with the minutes, but it kind of outlines all the changes that were made in between meetings.
Okay. I think it was 5, but I'm not sure.
I think that sounds right.
My last question, it gets to the historic resources issue. I'm a little confused as to what the applicant is stating in terms of what we could consider in terms of historic resources. It seems that there's a, I'm not sure I agree with that interpretation, but that if you're outside a district, it's the only benefit in the letter, and then from what I heard today was the benefit of being a historic property outside of a historic district is whether it's Mills Act, that was in the letter, or protecting the property. Can you speak to if there are historic resources outside of a district? Maybe Ms. Austrian, if you could speak to this, or whoever from staff, Ms. Kakinda, can we still consider impacts to historic resources if it's outside of a district?
So, Councilmember Friedman, so it is part of the way that this works. I'm going to back up just a couple of things. So there are multiple design guidelines that apply to projects. The SFDB has the single family residence design guidelines that they use. This is a tool that they help once it's established that there's discretionary review and that it's SFDB reviewing that. So they have their single family guidelines and findings that they have to make. But anytime a project, new construction is proposed next to an adjacent resource, then we have another set of design guidelines that were adopted by council, our historic resource design guidelines, and that is also a tool that design review boards use to look at new construction when it's adjacent to a historic resource. And so our historic resources, we have landmarks, we have structures of merit. In this particular case, the 1277 Farello property is a structure of merit. The architectural historian provided this memo and said, here is your tool, because ultimately the single family design board is the decision maker. They have to make the neighborhood preservation findings, and they use these design guidelines to say, okay, how does this new construction that's being proposed fit in? Is it, and as we pointed out, there are just a number of ways that you can address design and be sensitive to historic resources. So you can look at project siting, you can look at setbacks, you can look at the context of the neighborhood, in terms of, is there one dominant style or there are lots of different styles? You can look at height and fenestration and just different materials. And I'll say that, again, even though we wanted to point out that the architectural historian did not think that this was going to be an impact to the resource based on kind of the threshold that the California Environmental Quality Act, kind of the language that is used there, which we can pull up on a slide, but she does not think it's going to be an impact, but ultimately she's not the decision maker. And that's where the SFDB stepped in to make those neighborhood compatibility findings.
Thank you for clarifying with the architectural historian, and then based on that and their own interpretation that the SFDB came up with. And last question, would you consider this new construction?
Councilmember Freed, one other point, I do want to point out, and unfortunately she wasn't able to stay this late, but our architectural historian wanted to convey also that if she did think that there was going to be an impact to a historic resource, she is certainly not afraid to state that and to make sure that any of our design review boards are aware of that. And your other question was...
Would you consider it this new construction?
So this project is proposing to be for substantial redevelopment. And what that means, I mean, if we just say it in lay terms, demolition, but there are portions, because there's a certain threshold, again, that is all defined in our municipal code, that you're removing more than 50% of your roof, 50% of your walls, or 50% of your foundation, 2 of those 3. And so it meets the definition for substantial redevelopment. And for that reason, it's essentially demolition and new construction. However, portions of the site or portions of the foundation will remain. And again, from the SFDB's decision, or in terms of the grading, it was a way for the applicant, as it was explained to the SFDB, that it doesn't exacerbate needing more grading on site, that they're trying to maintain portions of that foundation.
So it's substantial redevelopment, and it's not entirely new, but that answers my question because it gets into the issue of historic and not. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for the representative for the appellants, if you don't mind coming up. I was a little thrown off and a bit confused by your example of the Sherman tank in the driveway. What was that? What point were you making there?
The applicant has stated that the garage is sized to house a modern vehicle, and as such, it has a full 9-foot clearance, which, as we pointed out, is larger than any other garage anywhere that we've ever seen on the Lower Riviera. And the point is simply that, yes, I mean, it is large enough probably to stack 2 Teslas on top of each other. It's also large enough to house a Sherman tank. It's simply to provide scale. You see a Photoshop simulation. It's a little hard to tell whether those are trees or bushes. And we just wanted to give a scaled image to help you visualize what it will look like to us if it's built at that scale.
Sure, okay. Yeah, I looked up the dimensions of a Sherman tank, and they're not much different than an average truck. So thanks for that
No
visualization.
problem. 9 feet is the one that I found.
Sure, yeah, and I looked up both. That's the only question I had, thank you.
Thank you. Does Ms. Hartman have her hand up? Okay, very good. So my questions for staff, I mean, they've kind of been asked in one way or the other, but one of the very serious contentions was that there was either misleading or false information provided. I want to go back to the whole calculation of FAR. We talked about net versus gross square footage and whatnot. Are those calculations that are confirmed by staff as opposed to taking simply the subject's evidence for it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the applicant's application for their proposed development is all reviewed and verified by staff as part of our application completeness process. However, the FAR numbers that are pulled of all the different parcel data, that is not verified by staff. And that is, again, there are multiple ways to pull that information and.
But those are usually government
But that's a
records, huh?
standard, it's a standard form to pull that information in order to present FAR information for our design review boards to review.
And the story polls were a one-shot deal. They were up for one period, the project was reduced after that, because we had some interesting Photoshop things kind of on both sides. And, whether or not we like a project, we still have to make the proper findings. But the findings would be tweaked if I thought for a moment that there was in fact false or misleading exhibits provided in order in the permit process. In staff's opinion, is that the case or not?
Mr. Mayor, through you, staff, my opinion is that I think that there's sufficient information from the applicant that you can make your decision that it wouldn't need to be reopened for another meeting for additional materials to be provided.
All right, very good. With that, we have some public comment slips. Would you go to 2 minutes, please? Because there are a fair amount of them, I'm going to limit the comment to 2 minutes each. So if you come to the podium when your name is called, and it'll be 2 minutes. First one is Merle Guadagnini. You've told me how to say that name before, and I mess it up every time, but.
Oh, that's all right, Mayor. Merle Guadagnini.
Guadagnini, thank you.
Guadagnini, yes, yes. Hello, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Merle Guadagnini, and I'm the sister to Charles Boss, and who is opposing this project. And I'm supporting he and his wife, Consuelo, and in their opposition to this project. I believe that it will hinder their home. On the south side, their bedroom has windows, and that building is going to be so large, it's going to block the windows, will darken their bedroom. They have decking that comes out that faces the city and the ocean. This will block that view also, clear across whatever the footage is going out. And I think that's totally wrong. And my other point is it has been designated as a historic building, a Moody sister home, built in 1936. And I believe this will devalue that home. And those are my thoughts on it. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Kylie Kershaw, the next speaker. Be followed by James Brinkman.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for letting us speak tonight. Anyway, I'm here on behalf of myself and my husband, Robert Kershaw. Our concern is privacy and size issues. A lot has been discussed about style, but that isn't why I'm here today. You can build a neo-Victorian, whatever you want to do. I know this request was refused, but if the project has been significantly altered, then show it with the story poles now in place so we can see what the new outline is. And I think it would be great if council members could also see that. When we first saw the poles put up a few weeks ago, we realized how much it would affect our privacy. We lived down the hill on Paseo Ferrello and 2 houses away, and yet the structure has views to our backyard. I would like to know if that has changed. We know others are far more affected than we are. Therefore, we suggest council members putting the poles back up. Otherwise, it is very difficult to envision the impact this structure has. If the council approves this project in its current form, then what precedent is set? Is the privacy of half a dozen neighbors always going to be sacrificed for the sake of one? Legal arguments of light and air that date back to before the time women could vote may still hold, but there's precedent for view preservation all up and down the Riviera. Just look at all the view cuts. Those trees are not growing naturally that way. As for privacy, privacy is part of what makes a home truly a home. I'm a Lower East Side gal myself, returning 7 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. James Brinkman, please, followed by Rebecca Connect.
Mayor Rouse, council members, I'm a neighbor and reside at 1261 Farella Road, 2 lots to the east of the proposed project. After reviewing Ms. McGinnis's comments, I felt the need to share some of my thoughts with the council. Mr. Comerford does not want a McMansion. Instead, he has asked Mr. Weber and his team to design a home which appears to me as a box placed on another box. Maybe considering the size of the project, he is thinking more of a McMansion or McMonument. In her comments, Ms. McGinnis states that we should welcome the construction of a green home, but she fails to mention that the proposal calls for the demolition of the existing home. Only the subterranean retaining walls are to remain. She makes no mention of the countless trucks that will be dumping demo debris in our local landfill, hardly green. She also makes mention that the existing home is at the end of its useful life. I beg to differ. Our home was built 1 year later, 1957, by the same owner-builder and is almost identical. By the way, it was one of the homes featured there with the sloping driveway. Down, it was the white Spanish house. By the same owner-builder and is almost identical, We find our home to be sound and safe. We plan to live out our retirement here as is. I can name a dozen families who would be ecstatic to live in Mr. Comerford's home as is. It is a wonderful thing that Mr. Comerford has so many family members living in close proximity. I envy him. I also have a large and close family, and I can only wish that they live nearby. He is truly blessed that his family has the assets to afford homes in our area. It is a plus to our city and county that Mr. Comerford's grandparents and mother have given so much back to our community and county. I can only assume they are looking to this council for a favorable decision for their son and grandson. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Connect, followed by Consuelo Benavides.
I'm reading directly from the lawyer's letter. Mr. Comerford invested in the Riviera because he appreciates its eclectic architectural charm and views. He wants to build a home nestled on the Riviera slope. He wants to take our view and make it into his by adding another story. We are all on the same grade, and the story poles told the story. He may say that he lowered it, but I would challenge if he put up new story poles that we would all agree it's still a big McMansion. I would just appreciate you guys to look again at the project.
Consuelo Benavides, followed by Stephanie Moret.
Hello again to those that came to the property and visited both 1277 Farella, which is our Moody house, my husband Charlie and mine, and also Mr. Comerford's house. It's been a really, really emotional and trying couple years. The previous owners, or the ones prior to that, he was driven from his house by, he was swindled out of his money and his children had to move him far away. But he loved that house and had been in that house for 30 to 40 years. He maintained it as is. It was just wonderful, and he was one of our community. We all, personally myself, was looking forward to having a new neighbor and having the house lived in, but, and we met Mr. Comerford early on. He came to our deck, had wine, said that the house would not be higher than the chimney that is existing right now, but now it's 6 feet to 10 feet higher than the existing chimney. I'm really sad that we have to be so upset with the newcomer, I have 3 children, one of whom was born in Santa Barbara. They fortunately live here, but one is only able to afford to buy here in Santa Barbara because it is so expensive. I want them and all of our children and grandchildren to be welcomed into our community, but I think it's extremely important that we consider how the neighbors are, how it's going to affect everybody and their own lives. It's very disheartening for me to look up, to have come home, look up at the story poles and realize that we will have a 29 to 30-foot wall looming above us. What's going to happen with that? So just please take that into consideration. Thank you very much.
Stephanie Moret, followed by, I'm never going to get this one right. Vijay Gupta Apoya. Pola. Boy, sorry. Stephanie.
All right, thank you.
That microphone over there, please.
Oh, there we go. I want to point out we're not appealing the FAR. We're appealing misleading information given to both the Single Family Review Board and the staff, particularly the net square feet label, the heading, did have the net square feet of the proposal, but it had the gross square feet of the many neighbors that they listed there. So it was comparing oranges to apples. But when you compare oranges to oranges, what you see is that it's actually over twice as big as the neighbors to the west and the east. And we proved that. Also, we also showed that the photos of the street with a view behind were proven to be taken from the deck. We also showed that the statement that the house follows the topography, we showed that the topography goes down and the house goes up. These are all misleading statements, and I think that now the council has information that the Single Family Review Board and the staff never had. And I'm sure that all of you came into office with integrity in mind, and this is about integrity. And so I hope your decision is based on a review of this, because it's important to the public trust. It's important to everybody in this community that people submit the correct information. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for not making me try to say that again. I didn't get it right the first time.
This is not the first time, thank you. I'm used to it. My name is Vijay Gupta Lepola, and I lived on 1280 Forello Road. And it's the first, I'm told it's the first house built on that street. It's a adobe house. And this project that being proposed, the third floor is right in my view, and it makes me sad when I go to the front of my house, see this big block, and I call it like a jack in the box, I'm sorry, but I beg the board not to approve at least minimum the third floor, please. Thank you.
Thank you. And Christine Neuhauser. Whatever.
I'm just making a statement. I don't really live in that neighborhood. I'm in the Lower Riviera, but I walk that neighborhood. And I think from the street view, yeah, if you're standing right in front of the garage, it doesn't look so bad. If you're walking up the street or you're one of those neighbors on either side, it's going to be horrible. But what I really am here to say is I take umbrage with the new buzzwords that we're hearing, which are aging housing stock. We're going to alleviate, the neighbors of the aging housing stock, or the poor houses, as Ms. McGinnis said, or dilapidated, which are just new words for tear downs. But I also take umbrage to the word community benefit to, build higher and higher in Santa Barbara, make 4 and 5 and 6-story buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we will, is there anybody online, by the way?
There are no speakers online.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go back to council now for comment. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. The first thing I want to emphasize is that I don't think anybody has been intentionally devious. I just want to lay that out first. The other is that I have no issue with the architectural style. I think it is an eclectic neighborhood. I also live in a mid-century modern house. I think the materials are suitable. all of that fits. There are many things that I appreciate about the process. Coming in from the property line is much appreciated, but then that coming in comes with the increase of height, which I'm not sure neighbors would have cared about that trade-off or wanted that trade-off. There's the stepping down, and I agree it steps down, but first it steps up. So instead of being from stepping down in the hillside, and the other two modern houses in the neighborhood also that were show lower than street level or at street level and then step down from there. I just fundamentally on hillsides, and I've been consistent in this with ADU projects as well, that if you first fill in a grade and then start measuring from that new filled in grade, you have the outcome of being 2 stories taller than where it started. And this is an issue all through the hillside. We have updated our hillside guidelines, and this is now highlighting to me that this is another area that might not be so clear in terms of determining, size, bulk, and scale from existing grade is how I would count it, not from a new filled grade. And that is just stylistically how I would interpret it. And I realized there were a lot of discussions about, at grade, at current grade, at completed grade. But it's clear that even if those story poles are 6 feet lower than they were, and I also a little bit take exception to that all the plans that we saw were showing the red hatched lines, which were how much they came down in height from what was initially proposed. And what I want to see is how much is the height compared to where it currently is. If you propose 6 stories and then you come down 3 stories, that looks like a big difference when it still could be 3 stories above where it started. I don't think any of us like appeals. I really don't like appeals because I really want to honor our single-family design board, and especially the small, mighty team that they are. And we're also trying to recruit today additional members. So I don't want this to be any reflection on standing by our boards. But I do feel like how information was presented, it took me multiple times asking, looking at the plans, questioning, going to the site. I did see the site when the story poles were up as well. And I'm just having my fundamental issue is that 3rd story. And because it's being measured from, a filled grade, filling in that driveway. So I think for myself, I can find that in terms of compatibility, the form stepping down parallel to the structure of the road, I think first it steps up before it steps down. I don't think that it reads so much as a 1-story. When you looked at the one image of the 1-story next to the roof line of that historic structure house next door, that 1-story was at the same height of the roof line of the next door. So, I had very genuine questions about that and how can it read, and maybe it is my misunderstanding still, but I really have looked at the plans and been to the site, and I cannot reconcile how that new height is at street level at 1-story without how you're getting the 3 stories, but you first have to do fill. For good neighbor guidelines, the balcony over the yard, at the site visit yesterday, I thought I had understood that the balcony was going to be on the story where it currently was, that it's going up a story from where it currently is seems too high to me. And in terms of the historic resources, the finding that it should not overshadow. I think this is sort of the definition of overshadowing by going an extra story above. I don't have any issue with the style or the materials. I just think it's too big by 1 story from where it is. I believe it could get there. I think it could be a beautiful addition to the neighborhood when done. I just think it's that 1 story too big. So I would vote to uphold the appeal.
Further comments from council? Mr. Friedman.
All right. So this one is tough. Land use appeals are tough. I could go either way on this, and the reason I understand where the neighbors are on this, and they raise points, and this reminds me of the appeal we had a few weeks ago. Different circumstances, but very similar in terms of a change of the neighborhood, but there were different regulations we had to follow, but it's tough. I first want to say I don't find that there was any willful misrepresentation or deliberately false. But that's a serious charge to me if that's what the appeal would be based on, to someone's professional reputation. So I just want to, for future, there might be, that's something that we have to be very careful when we say that somebody deliberately misrepresented something, because that can get to someone's professional career. So, and that's not, and if it's there, it is, but in terms of this appeal, I think they went by what the rules were, and they worked with our staff. With that being said, I'm in agreement in some of the issues that Councilmember Sneddon, in terms of the style. It is an eclectic neighborhood. And then the question for me, though, becomes, we have the height, we have the zoning, and our staff has looked at that. Our historic resources, it was evaluated, and it didn't come back as something that would impact the historic resources. But I do have issues with the third story and the third story deck. But I don't know exactly how to make those findings. I know Councilmember Sneddon finds those, but I don't know in the context of what our staff is telling us that it's there. In terms of them following the height, because the height goes from the base down below all the way up, and it's under 30 feet. So I also went and viewed it on my own and at the site visit, and it does go up slightly, but it has been reduced so from what it was originally proposed. But as you can see, I'm struggling with this. I'm kind of rambling right now, but I'd like to hear what my colleagues have to say, because on the one hand, what sticks with me is when I walked the neighborhood on my own, and then after a couple days before, and then there is that most of the houses step down immediately. They don't go up and down. And that is where I'm looking at the neighborhood compatibility. But I think, to the applicant's credit, they have come back and modified it. But that in particular, is in raising that up first and then going down, creates the issues. So, but I'm not confident enough that I can make that as the legal finding. So I want to hear what my other colleagues have to say. And I need to give it some more thought. I'm looking at a couple things. So that's what I'm really struggling with, is if that's enough to make the findings for me. So thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank everybody for showing up and speaking your piece and making your cases. I also found it a little problematic with the phrasing of being misleading. We have a group of residents that volunteer their time to look over these projects for us to streamline all the other issues that we're facing in the city, and also city staff working on making sure that it's up to code and within our understanding of what is acceptable. And I right now I totally understand not wanting to be shadowed by a building and having to go through a year or so of construction, that definitely isn't something that I would want to live next to. But I don't see how this goes against their rights as property owners. So I would vote to deny the appeal.
Okay, Ms. Harmon's had her hand up? Nope. Okay, very good. Sorry? She does? Well, there we go. Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be, excuse me, I'll be very brief. I guess I just wanted to start by saying, Councilmember Friedman said, I was really hoping to hear from our colleagues something that would help me to make a decision here. And I'm feeling this is just one of the most complicated and difficult matters that I've feel like I remember recently. So I do appreciate the time that everyone has put in, and I think where I'm coming down, particularly hearing sort of the tension that we're all feeling, and the confusion and the concerted effort to really try to understand this complicated matter, my position is really beginning to coalesce along the lines of what Councilmember Gutierrez just articulated. We ask our staff and the single family, design board members to be the experts in these matters. And so for me, when I'm feeling this much that I'm unable to make legal findings, or not sure that I have a sufficient basis to do so, I continually return to that fundamental piece, which is that we have entrusted these experts to help us make these decisions. So with that said, I think that I am leaning, as Councilmember Gutierrez is, for denying the appeal. Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez.
I want to thank the city staff for all the work that you've done in providing all this great information. I also want to thank the public that is here. I know that it takes a lot from your time. All of the information was great, and I do want to be very honest with you. I don't like when these appeals come to us. I am not an expert, I'm not an architect, and I really rely on the findings, on data, and our city staff. We have a full staff here present. I also want to thank the applicant for going through this process. I know building in Santa Barbara, getting any permits here, it is not easy. So I'm not going to stand here and pretend that I know I have a lot of background. I am going to be very clear to express to both parties that my decision is based on the information that's been given to us from the city staff, and that the applicant went through all of the process, and I will be denying the appeal.
All right, very good. Well, this is a confusing project, and like everything on a hillside, finding out what the height requirements are, where you measure height from is always hard, but that wasn't what was important to me. I mean, if I lived in that neighborhood, I'd fight like crazy to preserve what I could out of it too. It's an amazing place. However, there are rules and guidelines that when they're followed, are followed, and we have to make the findings that those rules and guidelines are either been violated or somehow falsified, or, if we just find it plain ugly, we have that ability to say no. But the other side of the coin is, what good, does everything become a subjective mess? Do we have no standards or rules to construct by? So this is hard because we have to make findings, and findings do not include private view sheds. Findings do not include parking. They don't include a lot of the things that the neighbors would naturally be concerned about. I get that. Size, bulk, and scale. Yes, I'd say from either side of the building, it's pretty big. It's got a lot of size, there's a lot of bulk, a lot of scale. However, the applicant isn't really been given much credit in this hearing for coming back out of the setbacks, and that might have been a requirement to do that anyway, might have been not voluntary, but that is square footage loss on all sides of the house. Somebody spoke to leaving the house as status quo. It's good enough was good enough, and 56 is good enough now. Well, it was also intruding into what we consider our setbacks today, and it's not doing that now. Now, is it, yeah, I'm not completely in love with the design, but then again, I'm not an architect or an artist. And so I have to make the findings that say something went on with this that isn't proper, something went on with this that's not either compatible with the neighborhood or was falsely presented or wrongly calculated. And I'm not being able to make those findings right now. So I think the statements by my colleagues here are, this is a really tough one because I don't think any of us are getting in love with the project per se. It's a great piece of property, as always, a very weird piece of property in terms of the shape and the slope and all those things. Can't imagine trying to design for it. And I can see why you're trying to defend that neighborhood. I certainly would. But I think that given the presentation, given staff's work and SFDB's work on it, I'd be aligned with my colleagues on this. Ms. Snen, do you have a follow-up comment?
I do, Mayor Rouse, because I heard a few comments about findings, and I just wanted to propose what I would be basing mine on would be
You've got the
findings.
mic.
That the form steps up relative to current grade rather than down. It overshadows a historic resource with considerable redevelopment. In neighborhood compatibility, on that side of the street, the Dan houses step down from the street, not step up. And then in comparison to the size, really whichever calculation you're using, whether apples to apples, apples to oranges, the size is doubling. And I think that those in neighborhood compatibility could be findings. And this would not be in disagreement or sort of finding any fault with SFDB. These are things that are at discretion in terms of our discretion. So those would be my findings in upholding the appeal.
All right, very good. And we also have any further comments? Ms. Gutierrez, and then Ms. Connect has something to say.
Where I was sold with the applicant is when he answered the question. We get a lot of these appeals, and sometimes the owners use it as a vacation home. They're not always there. They definitely don't want to stay and land roots here. And for me, it's really important, being born and raised in Santa Barbara, that we have people that are invested in the community. So I do want to thank everybody. I definitely want to thank the city staff for your expertise. But for me, it's really important to have people that are either buying homes, that are buying homes and that are going to stay here and to contribute to the families. In the neighborhoods, in the community, in the neighborhoods that I represent, we are seeing constantly homes being bought and from people from the outside, and really not contributing to the neighborhood or to the community. So I do want to share that. Thank you.
Ms. Connect, you had a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just not sure if Councilmember Snedden's findings were part of a motion, and I wanted to just suggest that the motion would be those findings, and also that council would direct staff to return with a resolution to incorporate those findings.
So moved.
Okay. That's a motion by Ms. Sneddon. Does anybody want to second that motion? Mr. Gutierrez?
Can you repeat the motion, please?
Can you repeat the motion, either Ms. Connect or the clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the motion would be to uphold the appeal based upon the findings that were expressed by Councilmember Snedden, and to return to council with a resolution incorporating those findings.
Mr. Gutierrez?
So what was one of your findings, that it is obstructing a historical resource? Did I hear you correctly?
Shall I repeat them? Okay.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So that the form steps up from current grade rather than stepping down, that it would overshadow a historic resource, and I choose that word because it's the word used for in our design guidelines. In neighborhood compatibility, that on the downhill houses, I'm sorry, on the houses of the downhill side of the street in that neighborhood, the houses all drop down from the street rather than stepping up, and that it would double the size and be larger than other structures in the neighborhood.
And there was also that it is not compatible with the neighborhood.
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
So I just need a little more clarification about the historical resource. That's not a public resource, right? So like the public's not really necessarily benefiting from, I mean, it's not keeping, I mean, the most the public can do is drive by it. Is that correct?
If perhaps staff could describe what a historic resource is. The house was just designated a historic resource, and maybe staff could define that for us.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you to Council Member Gutierrez. So this is a designated structure of merit. It is considered part of our historic resources inventory, and so we try to, the city has an active program, or anyone can submit an application to designate a structure a historic resource, and the HLC will review those applications. And so it is kind of considered a benefit to the community because preserving different structures is, even though they might be privately owned, it's still kind of being able to preserve neighborhoods and preserve structures that have meaning and that have there's a whole array of meaning behind those particular pieces across the city.
I get that, and I'm currently looking at the properties in question on Google Street View, and even with the flagpole, the Google Street View shows the flagpoles from the initial assessment, and I mean, I can see it from the street. I can barely see that house from the street. There's so much vegetation in front of it. So, I mean, if you're worried about shadows, there's more shadows from the vegetation than there's going to be from the building. So I don't necessarily agree with that. Also, the Street View Google Earth car camera is at 8 feet 4 inches tall, and it's on the far side of the street, across the street. Even at 8.4, you can't see the mesa from it. You know, it borders it. So unless you're like 8.5, 8.6, you're not going to be seeing the mesa. So the view's already obstructed as it is now. So even if it does go up a few more feet, it does it. The addressing question. You can look it up right now on your phone.
We're not going to engage with the audience. Please don't.
You can look it up on your phone right now. I'm looking at it right now through Google Street. So no, I'm going to have to deny the appeal.
Mr. Friedman.
Excuse me, there's a motion on the floor. We're just waiting for a second or the motion would die.
Okay. Does the motion have a second? Is this to the motion? I haven't heard a second yet.
I'm not going to second it, but I'll speak to whatever the motion comes out to.
Okay, so the motion, what's that?
I'm not seconding the motion.
Okay, so there's not a second for the motion. Motion dies for want of a second. Now, Mr. Freeman, your comment.
Well, one reason I didn't second it is because based on the comments of my colleagues, I prefer that where the majority is going rather than doing a no vote on it and then having to re-vote it. But I would say some of that I agree with, but the findings to me have to be a little more. Let me go back and rephrase that. On the upslope, I do have concerns with that. And when I went back and I was looking at the single-family design board, the dissenters said to send it back for further review rather than up or deny it. But I don't think that's the will of the council, because I think if we send it back, we might be able to get some of that some of the height issues addressed, but I'm not confident in that either. And I just don't have the confidence that the findings that Councilmember Sneddon made would, I can't get to where she's at to deny the appeal, so.
Okay, so now we have no motion on the floor. Does anybody want to propose a motion?
I would like to propose a motion to deny the appeal.
Okay, that's
Second.
a first by Gutierrez, second by Gutierrez.
Mr. Mayor, would the motion then be to deny the appeal and direct staff to return with the decision and a resolution with the findings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Any other comments to that motion? May we have the vote?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to repeat the motion. So, motion by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, seconded by Oscar Gutierrez, to deny the appeal and direct staff with a decision and resolution of findings.
Ms. Harmon?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1 and Jordan absent. Appeal is denied. Okay, Ms. Bjork, do we have to do a translate? Do we have to do translator break?
Mayor Rouse, we have 2 more items. I do not know if we need a translator break or not, but so for that reason, I would like to take a short break if we may.
Yes, ma'am. We will recess for
5 minutes?
5 minutes. Next item, please.
Item 24, appointments to the Single Family Design Board.
Okay. And Mr. Lopez, are you going to run this little game show for us?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Would you explain how you would like to proceed, please?
Yes, so there are 2 vacancies, and I just would like to note that they are for 2 different term end dates because we did have 2 resignations. So that's one term that's expiring December 31st, 2024, and one term expiring December 31st, 2025. You are welcome to make the determination today of who you'd like to appoint to those specific term end dates. If not, we will decide that by lot later after the meeting is done. So entirely up to you. Currently, we'll have the city clerk call roll, and each of you will choose your 2 nominees from the list of eligible applicants, which again is everyone who came and interviewed for today, which includes everyone on the list minus Dee Dee Calderwood, who did not attend an interview. So does that make sense? Any questions about that process?
Questions from anyone? Ms. Harmon, you there? Oh, well, that's quite all right. So if you would, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll? And each of us are going to present our 2 nominees, and then are we going to present, as we do this, which one we want in which term?
I would say we can determine that at the end,
So
after
get the
after
2
the nominees are
nominees,
in, and
get
then
the 2
afterwards.
selections, and then we'll determine who's got what.
Exactly.
Thank you. Okay, very good. Mr. Mingus.
Councilmember Freeman,
We're picking the 2, correct? Yeah, Jennifer Lewis and Don Cherry.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez,
I'm sorry, a point of clarity here. So there's 2 different categories, so it's not 1 from each, it's 2 from both?
You can choose any combination of the applicants available. Because of the changed guidelines from last October, we only need 1 licensed architect on the board at any time, which we currently have. So you can choose any combination of the qualified applicants.
Gotcha, okay. I would say Jennifer Lewis and Don Cherry.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez,
Lewis and Moticha? Yeah.
Councilmember Sundin,
Lewis and Siegel?
Mayor Rouse,
Lewis and Sherry.
Councilmember Harmon, Councilmember Harmon,
Let me, she was putting Jack to bed. I don't know if that's official business or not. Well, without Megan Harmon, we still have the ability to make these choices. Let's go ahead and do it. Results, please.
And Mr. Mayor, can I confirm that was everybody who is voting today? Everyone has gotten their votes in today? Okay, so we have Jennifer Lewis and Don Cherry are the 2 who have the most votes.
All right, very good. Those are our 2 appointees, and now you want to go through and find out which one is which.
Yes, so you, as part of the motion, you can determine which term you would like to appoint to each, for each position.
No, this might help. The total for Lewis, she had a higher number of votes, so I would propose that she gets the longer term.
Anybody want to second that? Second. Okay, very good. Do we need to vote on that, Madam Attorney?
Yeah, I would suggest that you do make a motion and just confirm the actions that you've
Okay.
taken. Yeah.
So
Moved by Friedman, second by, yeah. One of you guys.
A. Gutierrez.
Okay, very good.
and that is to appoint Lewis and Sherry. Lewis with the appointment of until 2025, and Sherry until 2024.
Very
Correct.
good. We have the vote, please.
So because Councilmember Harmon didn't participate, I will exclude her from this vote.
Do we have to vote on that?
Did we get it? We got to do it again? Make a long day longer. Shit.
Motion passes.
Motion passes with unanimous of all present, absent Harmon and Jordan. All right, very good. We need to read an item that we're, oh wait, we have council and staff communications or council member engagements. Anyone? Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes, I want to give my condolences to some family friends. Their father passed away, Mario Gonzalez. He lived in the area for about 47 years, and he worked as a mechanic. And they're just a good family, and I just want to give them my respects. And then also my uncle Tony Rodriguez, he passed away last week. He was a fighter. He was actually a boxer during the 70s here, and he won a lot of fights. But unfortunately, that type of lifestyle took his toll on his body, and he passed away just last week. But we're all really going to miss him, and I appreciate him showing us how to fight and how to fish. And yeah, I just want to give him my respects as well.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. I also want to just recognize a friend of mine who passed away, a friend of many, Sandy Lujan. I knew him through Surfrider many years ago, working to protect environments, in particular Gaviota Coast, through countless hearings, also working on education opportunities. And he was very involved with Surfrider. That's how I knew him and many others, but he was also involved in many ways in the community and was a longtime farmer and participated in the farmers market weekly, including bees and organic farming, and passed away. Recently had a struggle with cancer, and I just wanted to recognize him and for all he did to serve our community over decades and decades. And my condolences to him, to his family, and just gonna miss you.
All right, if there are no further ones, then we will read the next item, please.
Item 25, conference with city attorney, existing litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9, D1, as described in agenda item number 25.
Very good, and we will adjourn to closed session, and we do not anticipate reporting on.